Tonight, you'll discover a powerful secret that Buddhist monks have whispered for centuries, a lesson hidden not in silence, but in the gentle company of a boy, a question, and a moon that would not leave him alone. Somewhere far from here, in a village the maps have long forgotten, a boy with dust on his feet and wonder in his eyes steps out beneath the sky. His name isn't important. What matters is the question that follows him, or rather, the thing he believes is following him. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It helps more than you know. And let me know in the comments, where are you listening from? What time is it for you right now? Now, dim the lights for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. The fields are still warm from the sun's earlier kiss. You can hear it, the soft rustle of rice stalks swaying in a night breeze, frogs murmuring in the ditches, and crickets composing their quiet sonata. Fireflies blink lazily over muddy footpaths. A distant temple bell rings just once, as if to signal the beginning of something, or the end. And there he is, a boy of about 10, barefoot and serious, walking alone along a cracked road. He keeps glancing over his shoulder, not at people, no one else is around, but at the sky. Specifically, at the moon. It's following me. He mumbles under his breath. He's tried running before. He's tried ducking under bridges. He's even tried walking backwards. But no matter what he does, that luminous pale disk just hovers calm, unblinking, unbothered, a presence. He doesn't fear it, exactly. It's more like irritation. Why won't it stop tonight? He has a mission. He's going to find anyone who can explain this to him. His grandmother had laughed the first time he asked, calling it one of those childish questions with no real answer. That only made him more determined. The village is behind him now. The path ahead threads through a small grove of persimmon trees. Their leaves rustle like soft whispers as he passes. Shadows stretch long and silver across the ground. He pauses, turns again. Still there. The moon, enormous and perfectly round, just hangs there, like a quiet thought. He picks up a stick and swings it at nothing, as if daring the moon to respond. It doesn't. Onward he walks, past sleeping goats and closed shutters. A dog lifts its head to watch him pass, then sighs and curls back into dreams. Not far ahead, nestled beneath a gnarled tree older than anything else in this region, a small shrine sits, half forgotten. Someone left a candle burning there, thin, flickering, tired. The boy squats beside it and stares at the tiny flame. I don't want it to follow me anymore, he mutters, as if the shrine might do something about it. But no deity speaks. No gust of wind arrives. Only the smell of warm wax and old wood. And above, yes, still the moon. The boy lies down beside the shrine, resting his head on his folded arms. He's not tired, but he's done walking. He watches the stars blink, wonders if they're also following someone else, wonders if the wind has a direction, or if it just likes to wander like he does. Suddenly, a soft sound, not quite footsteps, more like sandals sliding gently over gravel. He sits up, alert. There, approaching along the road, is a man, bent slightly with age, wrapped in a loose brown robe, and carrying a walking staff smoothed from years of use. On his back, a bundle tied with cloth, simple things, a kettle, a bowl, maybe a few stories. The boy squints. The man doesn't look like anyone from the village, but he also doesn't look worried to find a child sleeping beside a shrine in the middle of nowhere. "Evening," the man says gently, stopping just short of the candlelight. "Trouble sleeping?" The boy blinks. "I wasn't sleeping." The man nods. "You were just resting beside a flame under a tree, alone, with the moon watching." The boy flushes. "It's following me." The man raises one eyebrow. "The moon." The boy explains quickly. "It follows me. Every time I walk, it won't stop." The man says, crouching beside the shrine. "Stubborn, isn't it?" The boy laughs, caught off guard. "I've asked everyone," he says. "No one knows why." "Have you tried not asking?" the man replies, removing a small cup from his bundle. He pours a bit of tea from a flask. The aroma earthy. Roasted barley drifts between them. "But how would I learn the answer?" "Some answers," the old man says, sipping slowly, "don't come when called. They come when left alone." The boy frowns. He doesn't like riddles. "Would you like to walk with me?" the man asks suddenly. "Where does it matter?" The boy considers, then nods. And so, under the silver light of the moon, yes, still following, they walk on, past more trees, a narrow stream, and a sleeping fox curled beneath a bush. The road winds now. The sound of frogs fades. A new hush takes over, thicker, almost padded, the kind of silence that invites you in, wraps around your shoulders, and whispers, "Just walk." "You know," the boy says after a while, "you didn't really answer me." "I know," the old man replies, not turning, but neither did the moon. They walk a little longer. Then the boy speaks again. "Do you think the moon can see us? I think it reflects us," the man says, "but not in the way mirrors do." Another riddle. The boy sighs, but it's not the annoyed sigh from earlier. It's softer, like something inside him is starting to match the rhythm of the night. Up ahead, the road opens into a clearing. Fireflies hover over a mossy stone, and the moonlight makes the dew sparkle like 1,000 tiny stars that forgot to rise. "Let's rest here," the old man says. They sit together in silence. The boy no longer looks up at the moon. He just feels it like a presence he doesn't need to understand. After some time, the old man breaks the quiet. "Once, I met a girl who wanted to know why shadows sometimes disappear. She thought they were hiding." "Were they?" the boy asks. The man smiles. She stopped asking, and eventually, she stopped needing to know. The boy stretches out on the cool grass, hands behind his head. The moon watches. And for the first time, the boy doesn't mind. They wake before dawn, not with an alarm, but with the soft gray shift of the sky, as stars retreat behind thin clouds. The boy blinks up at the sky, his hair dewy from the night. Beside him, the old man sits cross-legged, already sipping tea from the same tiny cup as before, as if time hadn't moved at all since last night. "You stayed awake?" the boy asks. The old man nods slowly. "Sometimes, sleep visits. Other times, stillness is enough." There's something about the way he speaks, like the pauses are part of the meaning. They rise without hurry. The boy brushes leaves from his tunic, notices a snail inching across his sleeve. He watches it for a long moment before gently setting it onto a nearby rock. The old man gives him a glance that isn't quite praise, but it feels like it anyway. As they continue walking, the path narrows into a trail no wider than the boy's outstretched arms. Bamboo lines the edge like quiet witnesses, their stalks swaying just enough to whisper secrets. Mist begins to gather in the hollows. Somewhere distant, a rooster calls, but here, it's still the hour of in-between. "You didn't ask where we're going," the old man says. "I figured I'd find out when we got there." The man smiles faintly. "You're already learning." They come to a large tree, its branches thick with paper lanterns. Dozens, maybe hundreds, hang from twine strung across every limb, swaying softly. Some are cracked, some faded. A few still glow faintly, as if holding on to memories of light. Beneath the tree, a small platform made of stone and moss, as smooth as it is forgotten. The boy steps closer. "What is this place?" "Once, people came here to ask questions," the man says. "Each lantern holds a wish or a wondering, a prayer or a regret." The boy traces the edge of a lantern with his fingers. Its paper is thin, nearly see-through. Written in charcoal are words he can't quite make out, blurred. "Weather-worn. Do they ever get answers?" The old man shrugs. "Sometimes, but usually they just stop needing them." The boy sits on the platform. A breeze tugs at the lanterns and sets them moving in waves, like a school of jellyfish caught in the current. "Did you ask a question here?" he asks after a moment. The old man lowers himself slowly beside him. "Yes, long ago. What was it I asked? Why I was so afraid of being alone?" The boy waits. The old man continues. "I stayed here for a night, slept under these lights. By morning, the fear wasn't gone, but it wasn't chasing me anymore. It just walked beside me instead." The boy doesn't quite understand, but part of him does. The same part that stopped trying to escape the moon last night. Do you ever still feel it? Fear? Yes. But I let it speak now. It's less loud that way. A lantern above them swings low. The boy reaches up, steadies it. It flickers, catching a beam of sunlight that finally breaks through the mist. The light hits the old man's face, and for a moment, the lines there seem softer. They sit there for a long time, not moving. Occasionally, a bird chirps, or a lantern bumps into another with a soft tap. The air smells of damp earth and old paper. "Do you know why the moon follows me?" the boy asks again. But this time, his voice is different, less urgent, almost amused at himself. The old man tilts his head. "Maybe it doesn't follow you. Maybe you've just never stopped long enough to let it pass." The boy lets the thought settle. It tastes like tea, strange at first, then oddly comforting. They walk again. This time the trail dips into a small valley. A stream trickles through the center, weaving between mossy stones. The water is cold and clear, and the boy kneels to drink. His reflection shimmers. "I look older," he says. "You're learning to see," the old man replies. Along the path, they pass a farmer repairing a broken fence. He nods as they pass, says nothing, but there's something in the way he looks at the old man, recognition, respect. Maybe both. The old man returns the nod without a word. The boy notices. "Do you know him? We shared a rainstorm once, years ago." Shared silence, too. That's all. Sometimes, that's more than enough. They walk past wildflowers. Pale purple petals brush the boy's fingertips. Bees hum lazily nearby, every so often. The old man taps the earth with his staff, as if reminding it they are still walking. At midday, They reach a bend where a lone plum tree leans over the trail. Beneath it, a single stone bench, half swallowed by weeds. The old man sits, pulls out a rice ball wrapped in lotus leaf. He tears it in half and offers one to the boy. They eat in silence. A few petals drift down onto their shoulders. The boy speaks between bites. What happens when you stop asking? You start listening. To what? To the space between thoughts, the wind, the way water moves around a rock instead of through it. The boy stares at the stream below, tries to listen. For a while, they just sit. No movement, no sound, but the occasional breeze through leaves. Eventually, the boy asks, "Do you think the moon ever wonders why we follow it?" The old man's eyes crinkle. If it does, I hope it forgives us. The boy laughs. A real one. The kind that shakes his shoulders and scatters a few petals from his hair. Then he leans back on the stone bench, face tilted to the sky. The moon, of course, is nowhere to be seen now, but its presence lingers like a memory, or an echo, or a question left unanswered. Not everything needs solving. Some things just need walking with. The road grows quieter now, padded with fallen leaves and the hush of early afternoon. You can almost feel it, the way the sun presses gently against your back, not heavy, just warm enough to slow time. The path no longer winds through groves or climbs steep hills. It stretches straight, narrow, and even like a thought finally given space to breathe. The boy walks a little ahead now, his feet confident, arms swinging lazily. His shadow is shorter than earlier. The moon, for now, is asleep. In its place, dragonflies flickering over puddles, the scent of wood smoke from distant kitchens, and the soft creak of bamboo gates closing for rest. The old man walks behind him, silent but not distant. He doesn't correct the boy's pace or tell him where to go. He simply lets the distance stretch between them, a little like a teaching that unfolds when you're no longer watching it too closely. They arrive at a small bridge. It's not grand, just two planks of worn cedar stretching over a stream so clear you could read forgotten thoughts in its current. The boy stops at the edge, crouches, and watches the water slide past pebbles and twigs. He doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. The stream speaks for him. The old man sits at the foot of a pine tree nearby, letting his pack fall beside him. He unties his sandals and dips his feet into the shallows. A crane calls from somewhere behind the reeds. The sound is sharp, but it doesn't disturb the peace. It's part of it. You know, the old man says eventually, most people look at water and see only what it reflects. The boy glances at the stream, then back at him. But if you watch long enough, the old man continues, you begin to notice what it doesn't hold on to. The boy scoops a handful of water and lets it spill between his fingers. Like questions he asks. Exactly. They spend most of the afternoon there, neither marking time nor wishing it to pass. Occasionally, a cart rattles along the far road, pulled by an ox and led by someone too focused on burdens to notice two wanderers beside a quiet stream. But mostly, the world forgets them and they are grateful. When the boy finally rises, his knees crack softly. Where now? Not far. The old man replies, standing with a groan. A village just past the ridge. But first something else. They follow the stream, not the path. Let it guide them, like a thread pulled gently by something unseen. After a while, they come to a shrine carved directly into stone. No roof, just an alcove with a small statue, a seated figure with a half smile, eyes lowered, hands resting like petals. The boy brushes fallen pine needles from its feet. "Who is it?" he asks. "No one," the old man replies. "And also, everyone." The boy squints. That sounds like another riddle, because it is. But not one you have to solve. They bow not because they're told to, but because something in the air invites it. Then they walk on, crossing into a meadow lined with lantern poles. Most are unlit, but one, near the center, flickers gently in the shade of a willow. The boy steps toward it and notices a scrap of paper tied to its base. It reads, in careful ink, "Let go, and you'll see it was never chasing you." He looks over his shoulder. No moon, just sky. "I think I'm starting to get it," he says. "Careful," the old man warns with a smile. Thinking can get in the way of knowing. They sit under the willow tree for a while. The boy leans back against its trunk. A ladybug crawls across his sleeve. He doesn't brush it off. After a time, the old man begins humming, a tune without words, without even a melody more like breath turned into sound. "Did you ever ask questions like mine?" the boy murmurs. Eyes half closed, the old man stops humming. "Once, I asked why suffering exists," he says. "And I kept asking until I realized the question wasn't the problem. What was the belief that an answer would end it?" The boy frowns, thoughtful. He watches a feather fall from somewhere unseen, twisting lazily before landing near his shoe. "Did it help?" "No," the man says, smiling. "But it changed me." The sun tilts now, readying for descent. Light turns golden, then honeyed, then soft as breath. They walk again. The path dips once more, this time into a basin where reeds grow thick and water sits still, not rushing like the earlier stream. This is a pond, broad, round, perfectly quiet. The kind of place where frogs pause their croaking just to listen to silence return. The old man gestures for the boy to sit at the edge. "Watch," he says. The boy stares at the water. His reflection stares back, but then a breeze stirs. Ripples distort the face. "That's you," the old man says, "always changing, always thinking the disturbance is you, but it's just movement." The boy blinks. "Then who am I?" The old man leans back on his elbows, squinting at the sky. "You're the water underneath," he says, "always clear, just sometimes hidden." And in that moment, the boy stops trying to hold the image steady. He watches it ripple, twist, vanish, then return, just as it should. Later, as they leave the pond, the boy does not look back. He doesn't need to. They reach a ridge just as the light begins to slip from gold to amber. At the top, the path forks. One trail dips toward a village nestled in trees. The other veers right upward toward the distant silhouette of a mountain. The old man turns to the boy. "Tomorrow, we climb," he says. The boy doesn't flinch. The old man watches him. "You didn't ask where it leads." The boy smiles. "I thought I'd wait and find out." And the old man nods, not because he's pleased, but because there's nothing more to teach when the student stops needing to be taught. Dawn arrives, not with fanfare, but with the slow exhale of the earth. Mist curls through the grass. A bird calls once, then decides not to call again. The world holds its breath. Somewhere behind the horizon, the sun is thinking about rising. The boy wakes on a bed of moss, blanket tucked around his shoulders, though he doesn't remember falling asleep. The old man sits nearby, legs crossed, fingers resting gently on his knees. He's not meditating. Or maybe he is. It's hard to tell when someone makes stillness feel so natural. The mountain waits above them. It isn't grand or jagged. It's not a mountain of drama or conquest. It's more like a quiet teacher weathered, sure of itself, and not in a rush to impress. Its slopes are draped in bamboo, pine, and silence. The climb begins after they share a breakfast of leftover rice and roasted chestnuts. The boy carries a small pouch. Now he insisted on it. Inside, a flat stone from the stream, a folded leaf from the lantern tree, and a piece of twine he's braided into a loop. He doesn't say why. He just says it feels important. The trail is narrow, sometimes disappearing into undergrowth, then reappearing a few steps later, like it had only been hiding. At times, they have to duck beneath fallen branches or hop over roots that rise like questions from the ground. Hours pass. The boy stops asking how far. He stops asking when they'll get there. He even stops checking the sky for the moon. But when they reach a clearing, he sees it again, pale, soft, almost translucent in the daylight. It's not following. It's simply there. They rest beneath a copse of cypress trees, their trunks spiraling like ropes. The breeze carries the scent of pine and something faintly floral, maybe the ghost of blossoms long since fallen. The boy traces patterns in the dirt with a stick, circles and loops that disappear as quickly as he makes them. The old man breaks the silence. Have you ever seen your own shadow move? The boy looks at his hands. Of course. Have you ever followed it? The boy frowns. I guess I did. When I was small. And did you catch it? No. The man leans back. Strange how something so close can't be caught. Even stranger when we forget it's even there. The wind stirs the trees. Leaves tumble in loose spirals, dancing with shadows on the forest floor. One lands on the boy's shoulder. He doesn't brush it off. I think I know what you're saying, the boy whispers. It's like the moon isn't following me. It's just shining. The old man nods. And your shadow is not chasing or fleeing. It's just being. But why did it feel like it was chasing me before? Because you kept running. They sit in the clearing for a long while, watching the leaves fall, noticing how each one chooses its own strange path to the ground. Some spin, some float. Some drop in straight lines, like exclamation points at the end of silent sentences. The boy turns to the old man. Is that how thoughts work too? The old man smiles. They come, they dance, they fall. The trouble starts when we try to catch them midair. They continue climbing. As the elevation rises, the bamboo thins. Rocks become more prominent. The path becomes a little less sure of itself. And the light changes thinner, more golden, like it's been sifted through memory before reaching them. Eventually, they reach a high ledge overlooking the valley. Below them, the landscape stretches out like a rolled scroll. Villages look like brushstrokes. Rivers shimmer like thin threads of silver. The world looks both distant and very close. The boy stands at the edge, arms slightly out, as if testing the wind. The moon, impossibly, is visible still now, high and faint, yet utterly present. The old man speaks softly behind him. You remember the story of the girl who asked about shadows, the one who thought they were hiding. She didn't need to ask anymore after that day, because she began to notice what they taught her just by being there. The boy watches his own shadow stretch beside him, long and silent. I think I understand now. Do you know? The boy says. But I'm okay, not understanding. The old man's laughter is quiet but full. He reaches into his robe and pulls out a small, folded slip of paper, hands it to the boy. The boy opens it. Inside, a drawing of a crescent moon and a small figure beneath it, arms lifted. "It's you," the man says, "from when you were still chasing." The boy folds the paper and tucks it into his pouch with the stone, the leaf, and the twine. They stay at the ledge until the sun begins to sink. "Will the moon rise again tonight?" the boy asks. It never left. As they descend the other side of the mountain, the path is slow, quiet. There's no urgency now. The boy walks beside the old man, not behind, not ahead, just beside. And somewhere between the fading light and the hush of twilight, the boy thinks maybe everything was always walking with him. He just hadn't known how to walk with it. They descend in silence, not because there's nothing left to say, but because the silence says it all. The trail winds gently now, weaving through a grove of cedar trees whose roots clutch the mountain like sleeping hands. Each footstep sinks into the needle-padded earth with a soft hush, as if the world itself is lowering its voice. Evening begins to stretch across the horizon. Shadows no longer reach, they settle. The wind that had whispered all day now barely stirs the leaves. The boy notices these things. He notices everything now. The way the old man breathes through his nose, the warmth in his legs from the climb, the cool air on the back of his neck. They stop at a narrow ridge just before the final descent into the valley below. Ahead, a wide clearing opens like a breath held too long. And in the center of that clearing stands a single, flat stone, a circle. The boy steps toward it. The moon has risen now, and this time, it's not chasing, it's waiting. The stone is smooth, warm even in the night. The boy kneels beside it, runs his hand along its surface. A small indentation in the center holds water rain from days past, undisturbed. He peers in. The moon is there, still, not distorted, not following, just present. I used to think it was watching me, the boy says. The old man sits beside him, crossing his legs with a sigh that sounds a lot like contentment. It wasn't. No, the boy says. It was just being where it was. I was the one running. It only looked like it followed because I kept moving. The man smiles. He doesn't speak. There's no need to. And now, the boy continues. I don't mind if it watches. I think I like it. They sit together, watching the moon's reflection ripple softly in the stone basin. A bird calls once from a high branch, then falls quiet. A breeze moves through the trees like a passing thought, and something inside the boy shifts, not in a dramatic way, not like thunder or revelation, more like a door left ajar finally swinging open without sound. The old man stands. Come, he says, just a little farther. They walk the final steps down the slope into the sleeping valley. Smoke rises lazily from chimney tops. Crickets begin their gentle evening songs. The village glows golden behind paper windows. A dog barks twice, then curls into itself. Peace. The boy doesn't ask where they're going anymore. His feet follow something deeper than questions now. At the edge of the village, near a small stone wall overgrown with ivy, the old man stops. This is where we part, he says softly. The boy blinks. You're not coming? The man shakes his head. This path is yours. Mine bends another way. The boy looks at the homes beyond, then back at the man. He wants to ask so many things, but instead, He just nods. The old man reaches into his robe, pulls out the last of his tea, and offers the cup. They drink it together in silence. The boy bows not from habit, but from something more sincere. The old man bows in return. Then, without another word, he turns and walks into the trees, disappearing like mist. No grand farewell, just the rustle of leaves, the rhythm of sandals on dirt, and then nothing. The boy stands for a long moment, looking up. The moon doesn't move. It simply waits. And the boy smiles. He turns toward the village, not because he's searching for answers, but because he's ready to live without needing them. He walks slowly, not followed, not chased, just walking. The stars thicken above you now, like brush strokes dipped in light. The breeze outside your window might be real or imagined, and it doesn't matter. The lesson lives in you, now quiet, weightless. The moon doesn't follow. It simply shines. Just as you are not defined by the thoughts you chase or the shadows that linger. You are the still water beneath the ripples. You are the sky that watches clouds pass. You are not what moves you or what remains. And in this moment, as your breath slows, as the night folds gently around your shoulders, you begin to feel it, the gentle hush of not needing to ask, the freedom in not needing to run. Let the story fade now, not in meaning, but in urgency. There's nothing to do, nothing to fix, just the moon above, the stillness below, and the soft, steady rhythm of your breath. You have walked far tonight. Rest now. The moon will keep watch. It always has. And now, it doesn't need to follow, because you have arrived. In the next story, warm rain taps gently against the bamboo roof of a small riverside home in the Mekong Delta. The walls breathe with the rhythm of the night-thin wooden slats shivering under the caress of wind, while the faint scent of star anise and wet earth lingers in the air. A flickering oil lamp glows beside a low sleeping mat, casting soft amber shadows onto the woven walls. The village is quiet now. Even the frogs seem to croak more softly, lulled into stillness by the thick velvet of dusk. Inside the home, a mother cradles her infant in her arms. Her name is Lin. She is no one famous, no poet, no monk, no scholar, but her voice is ancient. The way she sings is the way rivers bend slow, inevitable, tender. Each word of her lullaby floats gently into the air like lotus petals, one by one, drifting through time. The melody is not just a song, it is a memory, an offering, a thread linking generations. Outside, the river carries fishing boats slowly past, their small lanterns bobbing in the blackness like wandering souls. Inside, the child's breath slows, eyes fluttering, as if the lullaby is pulling him through a soft tunnel toward sleep. Lin doesn't just sing to soothe her baby. She sings to teach him about balance, about softness, about how not to resist the moment, but let it pass through, like the river passes through reeds. In the daytime, she sells herbs in the village square. She measures turmeric and betel leaves by hand, wraps them in old newspaper, and smiles at every stranger as if they were returning home. But in the quiet of night, when the world forgets its stories, she remembers. She sings not from the throat, but from the marrow songs passed down by her own mother, whose hands once plucked tea leaves in the highlands of Dalat. Those lullabies, like prayers, never begged the heavens for more. They simply taught this breath, this body, this moment is enough. Tonight's lullaby speaks of a lotus blooming in mud, a bird crossing mountains without leaving a trace, a bowl dropped and broken yet whole in its emptiness. And Lynn, in her soft humming, doesn't explain these images. She lets them work their quiet magic. Her son stirs slightly. She adjusts his blanket, folds the edges with her calloused fingers, and hums a few notes lower, slower. In this home, even silence has a shape. You hear the hum of crickets outside, like monks chanting at the edge of sleep. The way her hand moves slowly over the child's back is not just comfort, it's presence. No ambition, no regret, just now, just here. The child dreams of the river. He dreams of a tree taller than the sky. He dreams of his mother's voice, though it never rises or falls, just floats, balanced like a bird on still air. Not far from the village, past tall fields of rice where egrets sleep with one leg lifted, stands a banyan tree, older than the oldest name. Its roots drink from the same waters that lap gently beneath Lynn's home. And just like her voice, it reaches without reaching, quietly shaping the land around it. In many Vietnamese homes, lullabies are not merely for sleep. They are oral vessels of wisdom, carrying Buddhist teachings hidden in metaphors, from mother to child. Often, the melodies outlast the lessons. Back inside, the flame trembles in the oil lamp. Lynn exhales slowly. The child has fallen asleep, his breath now lighter than a falling feather. She doesn't move. She keeps humming. Not for the child, for herself now, for the part of her that remembers how it felt to be cradled once, to trust completely, to let go. She doesn't name it equanimity. She wouldn't use that word, but that's what this is. The capacity to hold joy and sorrow in the same palm without squeezing either. To sing even when tired. To rock even when the body aches. To love without needing anything back. That too is a kind of awakening. Outside, the boats drift on, some with nets, some with prayer flags. The river never hurries. And in that tiny, quiet home, barely bigger than a cart stall, the deepest truths of the Buddha are being sung in a voice almost too soft to hear. The child turns once more. The song begins again. Dawn doesn't announce itself here. It slides in gently, like a hand into water. The village stirs slowly, one breath at a time. Roosters don't crow all at once. They whisper their pride into the mist, scattered across bamboo groves and tin roofs. Dew clings to lotus leaves like tiny offerings. And the Mekong, ever patient, drifts by, with a hush so soft it could be mistaken for sleep. Lynn's son, now 5, sits beneath the banyan tree near the edge of the village. Its aerial roots hang like thick strands of gray hair, swaying slightly as morning wind threads its way through the canopy. Here, he listens not to words, but to the stillness between them. The villagers say the tree is older than anyone can remember, older than the village itself. Some believe a monk once meditated beneath it for 1,000 days without speaking. Others say it grew from a single seed, carried in the sleeve of a pilgrim who had no home, only questions. Lynn doesn't tell her son which story is true. She simply says, "Sit with it. You'll hear what you need." So he does. Every morning after breakfast, usually rice and sesame salt, he walks barefoot down the narrow path past the duck pond and the clay pots, and sits under the tree. At first, he fidgets. He watches ants. He counts fallen leaves. He presses his ear against the trunk, listening for secrets. But one morning, something shifts. He stops needing the tree to answer him. And somehow, in that silence, everything begins to speak. There's an old man who passes by every day with 2 buckets of water balanced on a bamboo yoke. He always nods to the boy, but never speaks. This morning, though, he pauses. "You sit like my grandson did before he joined the monastery," the man says, setting down his buckets. The boy says nothing, just smiles. The old man smiles back. No one needs to explain anything. Nearby, a frog leaps from a sun-warmed stone into the pond with a satisfying splash. The boy watches the ripples fan out, disappearing before they touch the lotus flowers. Lin once told him that karma is like that. One action, one word, one thought spreading outward, touching things you never even see. She'd explained it one evening while steaming sweet rice cakes. The frog doesn't mean to stir the pond, it just jumps. But still, the ripples come. The banyan's thick shade stretches across the dusty path like a lazy cat. High above, birds chatter sparrows, mostly, and one persistent Mina, who seems convinced it has something urgent to say. The boy leans back against the roots, closes his eyes, and hums a few notes of his mother's lullaby. It's not exact. The melody is crooked, unsure, but it's enough. In Vietnamese folklore, banyan trees are often seen as sacred, places where spirits dwell and time softens. Many traditional Buddhist stories speak of enlightenment found under trees phag, sal, or banyan, where stillness allows truth to unfold. The boy asks his mother that evening, "Why does the banyan not speak?" She pours tea slowly, smiles, and says, "Maybe it knows that when you stop asking, you start hearing." As the years pass, the tree becomes a companion more than a mystery. When the boy scrapes his knee, he leans against it and lets the bark cool his skin. When his friends bicker, he walks to the tree and lets the rustling leaves rinse away the noise. When his grandmother dies, he sits beneath it for hours, humming her favorite lullaby. It's not a magic tree. It doesn't offer answers, but it holds space like his mother does, without judgment, without rush. One day, a storm tears through the village, roofs rattle, and pots scatter across the paths. The banyan, though, barely moves. The boy, now older, sits watching from the window, worried. But the next morning, when the clouds finally break, he runs barefoot down the lane. The banyan is there, of course, damp but unchanged. A few leaves down, a branch split, but the roots still drinking from the deep are strong. He places his hand on the trunk, whispers thank you, and walks back home. That night, Lynn sings again, her voice a little raspier now, her hands more lined, but the lullaby remains. The boy no longer needs it to fall asleep, but he still listens, because something in it reminds him of the banyan, of things that don't change even as everything else does. And maybe, somewhere beneath the melody, is a lesson about balance, not control, not perfection, but presence, the kind that holds you like roots hold soil, the kind that never asks to be seen. In the dark, the boy hums along, a little off-key, but full-hearted. Outside, the river sighs. Somewhere in the distance, the banyan watches the stars. Fog hangs low across the fields this morning, brushing the tops of the water buffaloes' backs as they meander through the paddies. The boy, now nearly grown, is no longer the sleepy child tucked under blankets. He walks beside his mother on a narrow dirt path, each of them carrying a cloth bundle over one shoulder. The bird song is softer here, the earth less familiar. They've left the village behind. Lynn hasn't said exactly where they're going, just that it's time. The air smells of damp stone and ginger root. Every so often, a dragonfly zips past, its wings slicing morning light. The boy quiet. Curious lets silence lead. Lynn, as always, moves with steady rhythm. She is thinner now, the result of time and too many skipped meals to feed others first. But her eyes hold a calmness that softens the weight of every step. They walk for hours, through low hills and patches of sugarcane, until the trail narrows and curves sharply upward. By midday, they've begun climbing. The trail twists like incense smoke, up into clouds that kiss the shoulders of the mountain. The boy stumbles once, catching himself on a branch, and Lynn smiles but says nothing. At the summit, nestled between boulders and mist, stands an old mountain temple. Nothing grand. No golden roof tiles or carved dragons. Just weathered wood, moss-covered stones, and a wooden bell that hasn't rung in years. A monk sweeps the courtyard slowly, with a broom made of reeds tied together with old string. He looks up. His eyes, neither surprised nor uninterested, pause briefly on the two visitors, then return to the sweep of leaves. Lynn nods in greeting. The boy bows clumsily, unsure of custom, and the monk gestures for them to sit. The monk's name is Tuyen. He speaks little, asks less. He pours tea from a cracked ceramic pot, and they drink it in silence. Around them, clouds drift through the open courtyard like ghosts without destination. A wind chime dangles from the roof, silent despite the breeze. They stay the night in a side room of the temple. Rice and vegetables for dinner, plain and warm. Lynn washes her feet at the stone basin outside and hums just once before wrapping herself in a blanket of quiet. The boy doesn't sleep immediately. He listens to insects outside, to the creaking beams, to the absence of his mother's lullaby. In the morning, he rises early and finds the monk sitting cross-legged near the edge of a cliff, facing the valley below. Mist wraps around him like a shawl. The boy doesn't disturb him, only watches from a respectful distance. Later that day, Tuyen finally speaks. Do you know why people suffer? The boy hesitates. Because they want things. The monk nods once, slowly. Wanting, clinging, pushing away. It's all the same. Grasping. He plucks a leaf from a nearby plant, holds it up, and lets it fall. Freedom is not in never feeling. It's in not needing the feeling to stay. They spend 3 days there. Each day begins with tea, continues with sweeping, and ends with shared silence. The monk doesn't give lectures, no sutras, no bold pronouncements, just presence. Just small gestures, how he places stones, how he closes doors without sound, how he listens even when nothing is being said. In traditional Vietnamese Buddhism, the mountain is seen as both a literal and metaphorical path to insight. Monasteries are often built at high altitudes to encourage inner stillness through physical stillness. On the second night, the monk points to a small statue nestled beneath the roots of an old pine. Do you see the Buddha smiling? He asks. The boy squints. I think so. He's not smiling because everything's perfect. He's smiling because he knows everything will change. The boy nods slowly, unsure if he understands. That night, his mother sings again, only a few lines. Her voice trembles in the thin mountain air, And something about it this time strikes him differently. It's not just a song, it's a thread, a bridge, from past to present, from noise to stillness, the final morning before they leave. The monk hands the boy a small bowl, plain, clay, unglazed. "Eat from this," he says, "and remember not to hold it too tightly." They descend the mountain slowly. The world below feels louder now, brighter, but the bowl is warm in his hands, and the wind still hums with teachings. That night, back in their home, Lin is quiet. The boy sets the bowl gently on the windowsill and listens to the river. He hears the lullaby, even when it's not sung. Evening light pours into the kitchen like warm tea. The boy, now nearing adulthood, sits cross-legged on the worn mat beside his mother, who is slicing morning glory with a practiced rhythm. Outside, a rooster crows late, confused perhaps by the golden shadows. The old clay bowl from the mountain rests quietly near the hearth, filled tonight with steamed rice, a few pickled vegetables, and silence. They eat slowly, without speaking, not out of discomfort, but reverence. This is not just food. It is time made visible, the growing of grain, the bending of backs, the gathering of salt, the fire tended with care. Each bite is an offering, each chew a chant. The bowl is never overfilled and never taken for granted. Lin taught him this without words, through the way she moves. After the meal, they rinse the dishes by moonlight, water from the rain jar, fingers scrub gently. The boy, now a man in quiet ways, dries the bowl with a cloth woven years ago by his grandmother. Threads frayed, but not broken. "You're learning," Lin says at last. Learning what he asks, knowing already. She turns to look at him, her face soft with candlelight, to receive. He thinks of the monk's words, the banyan tree's stillness, and his mother's lullabies. He thinks of all the times she gave without needing thanks. And now, finally, he sees that presence itself is a gift. That night, he lies awake for a long time, not troubled, just attentive. Crickets play a soft rhythm outside the window. The river sounds different somehow, deeper. He places the bowl beside his mat, just close enough to hear the wind pass over its rim. The next morning, Lin rises before the sun. She leaves a pot of jasmine tea steeping and walks barefoot into the garden. He watches her from the doorway, the way her back curves slightly now, the way she lingers over each plant. She hums, almost imperceptibly, not a full lullaby, just a phrase, a note or two, like a breeze, remembering the shape of a song. Later that day, a monk from a nearby monastery arrives, asking if they have rice to share for the week's alms. Lin nods without hesitation, handing over half their grain. No drama, no guilt, just balance. The boy watches, and the lesson lands gently. In many Zen Buddhist temples across Asia, meals are considered sacred practice, each grain respected, every motion of serving part of a wider awareness. In Japanese Zen, this is called oryoki, just enough. In Vietnamese tradition, it is lived without name. That evening, he prepares the meal. The fire stutters once before catching. The rice takes longer than expected, but he moves slowly, remembering the monk's sweeping, his mother's quiet hands, and the steady weight of the bowl. When they eat, she doesn't comment on the texture or the salt. She only smiles and places one hand over his. "You hear it now," she says. "Hear what the silence inside the bowl." And he does. The next few weeks unfold like petals. Rainy mornings, humid afternoons, small tasks, big silences. One day, the old banyan tree is struck by lightning, half the trunk scorched black, but it doesn't fall. It leans, bends, adapts. He walks there after the storm, runs his hand along the bark. Underneath the burn, the tree is still alive, still growing. A scar, not a death. He returns home and places the bowl on the mat before him. For a moment, he sees the bowl is chipped along one edge he hadn't noticed, but it feels right. He leaves it as it is. That evening, he asks his mother if she'll sing. She nods. Her voice is different now, drier, a touch of tremor, but each note lands like a feather. The lullaby doesn't try to soothe. It simply is. And that's enough. As she sings, the air in the room seems to settle, not with sleepiness, but clarity, the kind that comes when nothing is forced. When everything belongs, the candle flickers once, the river sighs through the walls, and the chipped bowl catches a glint of lamplight like a full moon cracked by cloud. Rain begins as a whisper, just a few drops at first, tapping the banana leaves outside the window. The kind of rain that carries memory in its bones. It's late evening, and the oil lamp glows steady in the center of the room. Lynn sits in the corner, her shawl pulled close around her shoulders. Her son kneels nearby, grinding herbs in a stone mortar, each movement slow, deliberate, like a prayer being whispered back to the earth. The scent of basil and ginger fills the air. Outside, thunder rumbles like a drum in the distance, never near enough to frighten, only to remind. He looks over at her, and she smiles faint, but full. There is a calmness in her eyes now, but also a growing stillness. The kind of stillness that has stopped looking forward or backward, the kind that has learned to simply sit. She hums softly, not the whole lullaby, just the phrase that always came after the line about the moon hiding behind clouds. Her voice trembles slightly, her hand, folded in her lap, are more bone than skin now. He sets the mortar down, walks over, and kneels beside her. "I remember every word," he says. "I know." She replies, "That's why I can stop singing." He doesn't answer. He just reaches for her hand and holds it, lightly, as if any pressure might spill the moment. They sit together as the storm grows, not fierce, but steady. A rain that fills jars, cleans roofs, and washes away whatever stories the dust tried to write. In many Zen teachings, rain is seen not as a disruption, but as a return, a cleansing of perception. It does not choose where to fall. It nourishes all without judgment, without plan. It simply falls, and in falling, it reveals what has always been there. Later that night, long after the lamps have gone out, he lies awake listening, not to the rain, but to the memory of her voice. He hears it now in everything, in the creak of bamboo, in the splash of a fish near the boat dock, in the breath between his own heartbeats. The lullaby is no longer a song. It is a presence, a rhythm, a teaching. Weeks pass, then months, and one morning, just as the lotus flowers open to the early light, Lynn does not. She passes quietly, as she lived without disturbance, without resistance. The village gathers, gently. No loud mourning, just bowls of rice, incense, and old hands clasped together in prayer. He wraps her shawl carefully and lays it beside the chipped bowl. He doesn't cry right away. He tends the garden. He sweeps the path. He brews tea for the monk from the mountain. who arrives with no words, only open hands. And when night comes, he sings, just once, softly, to no one, to everyone. The house doesn't feel empty. If anything, it feels more full of breath, of time, of the river's endless murmur, and that chipped bowl on the windowsill. It seems to glow slightly in the moonlight like something not trying to be whole, and therefore already is. He still walks to the banyan sometimes. Though burned and split, it sprouts tiny green shoots from its scorched side. The birds still come. The old man with the buckets still nods. And when the wind moves through the leaves, it hums a note that sounds almost familiar. There's a child now, not his, a niece from the next village. She sleeps in the same corner where he once lay. And some nights, when the wind carries the scent of lemongrass and rain, he hums the lullaby again, not for her, for the silence, for the part of him that remembers, for balance, for the Buddha, smiling not because the world is easy, but because even the hardest truths can be held gently. And tonight, as the rain returns, the house breathes slowly. The chipped bowl rests where it always has, and the lullaby, never written, never recorded, drifts like mist across the river, joining the breath of clouds, the hush of leaves, the hush of everything. And now, the bowl is empty, but not in a way that asks to be filled. Just as the lullaby ends, not because the singer ran out of words, but because silence was always the final line. Let yourself drift now. Let the images fade. The banyan tree standing in mist, with its roots like memories. The monk sweeping the mountain path without needing a reason. A mother who sang not to fix anything, but to offer space. You carry them with you, not as weight, but as breath. Notice how, even now, your body softens, the hands unclench, the shoulders settle. The heart slows, not because the story is over, but because something inside you recognizes its rhythm. There's no need to hold anything. Let the chipped bowl sit. Let the tea grow cold. Let the rain fall. In the teachings of the Buddha, it is said that freedom does not come from avoiding pain, or chasing joy, or fixing the world. It comes from seeing clearly, holding gently, loving fully without needing a single thing to change. That is what Lin offered. Not lessons, not instructions, just presence, just equanimity woven through a song. So tonight, as sleep approaches slow and kind, let her lullaby linger in your breath. Even if you don't know the tune, even if you've never heard Vietnamese sung before, even if your own mother never sang, it's still yours. Because the sound of equanimity is not just a melody. It is the river you've always lived beside, the silence you've always carried, the stillness waiting just beneath your last thought. So drift now. You are not broken. You do not need to try. The chipped bowl is beautiful. The rain is here to bless you. May her lullaby still echo in the softest corners of your... In the next story, mist curls low across the hillside like a sleeping cat, brushing the roof of a weathered hut that clings to the mountain's shoulder. Inside, the air smells faintly of pine ash and mulberry paper. A kettle breathes over a slow fire, its exhalations soft as silk thread. One window is open just enough to let in the pale light of dawn and the distant, rhythmic hum of cicadas who don't seem to care what hour it is. You are sitting here, in the quiet presence of Master Soryu, though he wouldn't call himself that. Just Soryu will do. He's neither young nor old, The deep lines at the corners of his eyes could be from age or laughter or squinting too long at clouds. His robe is dark, almost merging with the shadows along the wall, and his fingers carry faint, permanent stains of ink, like the mountains he paints again and again. He doesn't rush to paint. Not anymore. First, he sips. The tea is weak, not out of poverty, but on purpose. Strong tea is for strong opinions, he once muttered, and then he smiled, as if to say he wasn't sure either were helpful. The cup warms his palms. Warmth has become his favorite kind of beauty, quiet, undemanding, and easily overlooked. Today, as the sun rises behind a curtain of cloud, Soryu unfurls a fresh sheet of washi paper. He smooths it gently, like one might calm the robes on a sleeping child. Then comes the inkstone. Grinding ink is never rushed. The soot of pine wood mixed with rainwater becomes something holy here, in this tiny act of devotion. The scent is earthy, grounding. As his brush dips into the ink, the world seems to hush. The first stroke is always the hardest and the most important, not because it must be perfect, but because it begins everything, like the first breath after waking or the first step toward a journey you didn't know you were taking. His brush rises, lingers in the air, then falls with a whisper. Black meets white, and a line appears, a ridge of a mountain barely seen in the morning haze. Outside, a breeze lifts the edge of the window curtain. Something in that movement stirs him. The line he just drew feels slightly wrong, or perhaps too right, too deliberate. He places the brush down and stares. This is how it often goes. One mark can open 100 questions. You watch as Soryu steps back, arms folded, gaze soft. The line sits there, elegant but heavy. It doesn't breathe yet. He knows this feeling, the temptation to correct, to fix, to chase perfection with more marks. But instead, he waits. There is a story he remembers. Not one he heard in a temple or from a teacher, but from a child once watching him paint. Why do you stop? Even when it's not finished, Soryu had replied, because if I add more, I might lose what's already true. At the time, he wasn't sure what he meant. But now, standing in front of a single black stroke on a sea of white, he understands. The mountain is not in the ink. It's in the silence around it. Suddenly, a bird calls from somewhere beyond the ridge. Not a melodic song, just a raw, insistent squawk. Probably a crow. The sound shakes him slightly from his reverie. He picks up the brush again but doesn't paint. Not yet. Instead, he walks to the open window and looks out. The mountain is there, just as it always is, except not quite. The fog dances along the spine of the hills. Shapes form and vanish. Ridges blur into valleys. Lines dissolve. What's seen and what's imagined begin to blend. And isn't that what he's always trying to capture? Not the thing itself, but the space it exists in. The feeling it evokes. The perception of a mountain, which changes with light, with wind, with mood, with time. The mountain painted at dawn is not the same mountain painted at dusk. A small breeze lifts the edge of the paper. Soryu steps back toward the painting and adds one more stroke. It's lighter this time, fainter, as if he's painting the memory of mist rather than the mist itself. The two lines now sit together, not perfect, not symmetrical, but somehow alive. He exhales. You might be surprised to know that Soryu once tried painting with great precision. Every peak measured, every shadow shaded. The result, technically correct, and spiritually dead. He remembers that version of himself, the younger man who thought mastery meant control, who believed that if he just learned all the forms, he'd reveal the truth. But now he listens to what the paper wants. He paints less and sees more. Outside, the clouds begin to thin. A beam of sunlight cuts through. Golden and warm, it lands softly across the edge of his table, brushing the painting like a blessing. Soryu smiles. You notice the steam from the tea has stopped. The kettle is quiet now, the fire down to glowing coals. Everything has slowed, and the silence is no longer empty. It's full of presence, of breath, of mountain, of ink and non-ink. He sits down again, not to finish the painting, but to rest beside it, to be with it. Sometimes, that's all a painting needs to be seen, not completed. And as you sit beside him, in this hut above the clouds, with the world melting into grays and silence, you begin to understand. Perception is not passive. It is a dance. The mountain changes when you look at it, and you change too. Far below, the village stirs, but up here, time folds gently around ink and thought. The brush waits, but it does not demand. The paper breathes, and so do you. There are mornings when the mist never lifts, even as the sun ascends behind thinning clouds. It hesitates at the edge of the mountain, unwilling to intrude upon the stillness clinging to the slopes. The fog lingers like an old story, one you've heard before but can't quite remember. The air is heavier now, damp with silence and suspended things. Sounds soften. Distance disappears. Inside the hut, Soryu is preparing another sheet of paper. Yesterday's work lies just to the side, drying on the long wooden bench beneath the window. The two brushstrokes, one bolder, one softer, are enough. For now, he doesn't look at them much. That part is done. Today's page is clean, uncreased, quietly waiting. The ink has darkened slightly overnight. It's richer now, settled, with a fresh dip of the brush. Soryu lets it hang in the air again. A slow breath in, a slower one out. The tip of the brush quivers like it too is breathing. But this time, the line refuses to come. Not because he doesn't know what to paint, but because he knows too much. The image is already forming too completely, too rigidly in his mind. A mountain, again, a grove of pine trees, maybe a heron near the stream. He sees it all, like a memory rehearsed too many times, perfect in his head, lifeless in his hand. He lowers the brush and rubs his wrist. Something's wrong. He steps outside. The mist is thicker than he realized. The trees a few paces from the door are already swallowed, their outlines soft and trembling. It feels like the world is dissolving at the edges. He walks anyway, down a path that is half real, half remembered, lined with stones made slippery by moss and years. His sandals whisper against the ground. At a bend in the trail, near a patch of wind-bent bamboo, someone sits on a rock, wrapped in a woolen shawl the color of wood smoke. It takes Soryu a moment to recognize the man, but then he sees the twisted walking stick laid across the stranger's lap. Of course, it's old Ichiro, the village recluse, the one they call the templeless monk. No one knows if he was ever officially ordained. Some say he simply walked out of one monastery and never walked into another. Good morning, Soryu offers, not expecting a reply. But Ichiro nods slowly. Still painting clouds, Soryu gives a soft laugh. Trying. Ichiro points with his chin toward the mist. Then today's your lucky day. They sit together without speaking for a long while. The air smells of wet bark and cold stone. Birds are absent. Even the insects seem unwilling to disturb the hush. Finally, Ichiro says, "You know what your trouble is?" Soryu turns, mildly amused. "You've seen my trouble?" Ichiro shrugs. "You're trying to paint things. Mountains, trees, birds. That's fine for students. But you've painted those already. What you haven't painted is..." He trails off, searching for the right words. "The space between..." Soryu considers that. The space between the thing that makes the mountain feel like a mountain. Ichiro says, not its shape, not its shadow, but that he gestures to the air, the fog, the moving emptiness all around them. That is what no one can teach. Soryu closes his eyes for a moment. The sound of breathing, the feel of mist on his eyelids, the way his robe sticks slightly to his arm. He opens them again, and Ichiro is already walking away, his stick tapping gently on the stones. No goodbyes, no advice, just that single note dropped into a still pond. Back in the hut, Soryu sits once more before the paper. The brush is still wet, the ink still ready, but his mind quieter now, like a mirror wiped clean. This time, he does not plan. He lets the brush hover, dip, then glide. The line emerges not as a mountain, not as a tree, but as something unnameable. It curves, not toward a form, but toward a feeling. Around it, he adds pale washes of water so faint they are almost not there. The effect is barely visible. But that's the point. It's not what's painted. It's what's left unpainted. In traditional sumi-e Japanese ink painting, white space is just as important as the ink. They call it the negative space that gives meaning to what is present, like silence between musical notes or pauses in a conversation. Without it, the rest loses meaning. Soryu places his brush down and breathes. The painting is unfinished. Perfectly so. The mist still hangs outside, thicker now. But the feeling in the room has shifted. There's more space. Not just between the strokes, but inside you, too. You think of the old story, the one about the painter who tried to capture a dragon. He painted the eyes last, they say. And when he did, the dragon came alive and flew off the page. But maybe the real trick was not painting the eyes. Maybe the real dragon is in the absence, the breath, the waiting. Later that evening, Soryu lights a single lantern. The paper glows faintly in the warm yellow light. He studies the faint washes again and doesn't try to understand them. He just watches. The mist outside has started to rise, revealing faint outlines of faraway peaks, but only just. And that, you realize, is enough. The village lies just beyond the forest. A scattering of rooftops and smoke curls folded gently into the hillside like brush strokes at the edge of a scroll. You can't see it from Soryu's hut, but you can sometimes hear it voices carried up the mountain when the wind turns a certain way. Today, those voices drift upward in scattered bursts, laughter, footsteps, the thrum of taiko drums. The festival of first moon is beginning. Soryu walks slowly, sandals brushing fallen cedar needles. His robe, ink-stained and quietly threadbare, doesn't quite match the brighter silks and painted fans waiting below. But no one minds. The village knows him not by name, always, but as the one who paints mountains and says little. Children call him the quiet cloud man when they think he's not listening. Down in the village square, colored banners stretch between rooftops. Lanterns sway in the breeze like sleepy fireflies. A boy juggles persimmons. An old woman sells rice cakes wrapped in fresh bamboo leaves. There's a warmth here, a sort of practiced chaos, like the layers of ink on an old scroll messy up close, harmonious from a few steps back. Soryu finds a quiet bench near the carp pond behind the shrine. It's an odd place for a painter to be no paper, no brush, just watching. The koi slide beneath the surface like shifting thoughts, gold, orange, white never still, never certain. A child approaches him. She has round cheeks, unbrushed hair, and eyes too direct for someone her age. "You're the one who paints the invisible mountains," she says. Soryu raises an eyebrow. "Invisible. You painted one last year for my grandfather. He said you caught something real, but I couldn't see it." She pauses. "I want to see real things too." He studies her for a moment. "And what do you think is real?" She blinks. "Things that stay?" He smiles, softly. "Then I'm afraid I've never painted anything real." Just then, a loud crash interrupts them. A food stall has collapsed, nothing dangerous, just a wooden beam knocked loose. But the crowd gasps as bowls shatter and hot broth splashes. A man shouts. Then, just as quickly, laughter rises. Someone starts sweeping. Another offers help. It settles. The girl watches it all. "I thought they'd be angry." "Sometimes people don't know they have a choice," Soryu says. "But sometimes they do." She frowns, deep in thought. Behind them, the shrine bell chimes. In Japanese Zen practice, the concept of Gao, practice in motion, teaches that enlightenment isn't limited to sitting in stillness. It happens in movement, too. Walking, cooking, helping, watching a broken bowl scatter, and resisting the urge to fix it too soon. Later, as dusk folds gently over the hills, Soryu walks the path home, with a small gift tucked beneath his sleeve, a tea bowl, modestly made, slightly chipped at the rim, a gift from the shrine keeper, offered with a wink, for your tea, or your next painting, or both. That night, he places the bowl beside the dry inkstone. He doesn't touch the brush, not yet. Instead, he watches the bowl. Its imperfection draws him in. He turns it slowly in his hands. The chip on the rim, the uneven glaze. It's not broken, not ruined, just changed. As if it's still in the process of becoming something. The same way ink moves across paper. The same way shadows never quite settle on the same place twice. A memory surfaces, then one he had forgotten, or perhaps avoided. Years ago, long before the hut, long before the mist and the silence. Soryu painted a portrait of a nobleman's son. Too exact, every line rehearsed. When it was finished, the father praised it endlessly, but the boy had stared at it in silence, then whispered, "That's not me." That night, Soryu burned the painting. He never did another portrait again. The lesson had settled deep into his brush precision. Without perception is noise. Now, holding the chipped bowl in the warm glow of the lantern, he finally understands why that memory never left. The boy wasn't rejecting the image. He was asking to be seen. You turn to the unfinished scroll resting on the table. The faint washes from the misty morning now look different. Not like mistakes, not like absences, but like questions the ink was asking you all along. Outside, a gentle breeze slips through the shutter. Inside, the shadows shift, not dramatically, just enough to remind you that nothing stays still. Nothing stays, even your breath, even your thoughts, even this moment already softening at the edges like ink in the rain. And yet, in that softness, a kind of clarity. The same way the girl had understood something, watching a broken stall being rebuilt not through words, but through presence. The same way the chipped bowl says something truer than a perfect one ever could. Soryu doesn't speak aloud, but you hear the words echo in the hush of the room. It's not the form that matters, it's the seeing. You sit with him a while longer, watching the shadows move, not trying to hold them, not needing to. Rain begins with a whisper. At first, it barely touches the roof, just a quiet tickling of the thatch, as though someone were brushing fingers across silk. But by the time dawn has blinked awake, the world is wrapped in steady rhythm rain on the roof, rain on the stones, rain slipping off the pine needles in long silver threads. Soryu stands beneath the low overhang of his hut, one hand wrapped around his teacup, the other tucked inside his sleeve for warmth. He doesn't mind the rain. In fact, some days, he prefers it. The world narrows, people stay inside, sound softens, the colors of the forest deepen. Ink, he's always said, was born from water. It needs the wet. But painting on days like this is nearly impossible in the hut. Too much moisture in the air, too little light. So he wraps a scroll and brush inside a cloth bundle, tucks a folded paper under his sleeve, and starts down the path toward the temple pond. Not for prayer, at least not in the way others mean it, for reflection, for waiting. You follow his steps down the winding trail, through puddles and soggy leaves. His sandals slap gently against stone and mud. The forest breathes around him, dripping, fragrant, alive. The pond lies just beyond the main hall of the old temple, ringed by smooth boulders and slender reeds. It is silent here, save for the occasional plop of a raindrop into water already full. Soryu finds a small pavilion with a wide wooden bench. He unrolls the scroll on the dry boards and lays the brush beside it. But he doesn't paint. Not yet. He watches the surface of the pond, watches as ripples appear and vanish. Raindrops fall, leaving perfect circles that stretch outward and then disappear into each other. Reflections of trees, of stones, of the low wooden bridge shiver and distort. Nothing is fixed, nothing still. The world above and the world below fold into one, and then dissolve again. He remembers what Ichiro said, the day of the mist. You've painted the things. Try painting the space between. This pond is the space between. He dips the brush, one stroke gentle, curved like the ripple of a drop meeting still water. Another stroke broken, tentative as though trying to trace a reflection that never stays. Then a third stroke, interrupted. A voice. "I almost didn't see you," says a monk, appearing from the path like fog given form. He's older, robes patched, and carries a bundle of lotus bulbs beneath one arm. Soryu bows his head slightly. "You were planting?" The monk nods, setting the bulbs beside the bench. "They won't bloom until summer, but they need the mud now." Soryu looks down at the pond. Everything grows from mud. The monk hums, even clarity. They sit in silence as the rain softens to a drizzle. Across the pond, a carp rises, breaks the surface, then disappears again, like a memory rising from the deep. In many schools of Buddhist thought, particularly in the Avatamsaka Sutra. It is said that all phenomena arise due to interdependent origination, that nothing exists independently. Just like the reflection in water depends on light, angle, movement, or how the ink depends on the brush, the hand, the paper, the moment. You begin to understand now what Soryu is seeing in the water. Not just his surroundings, but himself, the painter, the brush, the scroll. They don't stand apart. They arise together, and so does doubt. So does stillness. So does the sudden urge to weep and not know why. He lays down the brush again. A drop of rain falls onto the paper soft. Accidental. The ink begins to bloom outward, bleeding into the page in a halo of gray. Soryu watches it happen, but doesn't try to stop it. He lets the water lead the ink where it wants to go. What was once a defined stroke now becomes something looser, more open, and somehow more honest. He could call it ruined, but he doesn't. Instead, he whispers, "Thank you." You feel the shift, subtle but deep. The painting no longer captures a mountain. It captures what it feels like to try and see one through rain and time and thought. It's not an image. It's an experience, one that dissolves and reforms with every breath. The monk beside him chuckles, low and knowing. Sometimes, the clearest reflection comes when we stop looking for it. Soryu nods. As the rain fades, the clouds begin to lift. Patches of sky peek through, pale and new. The pond settles again. The reflections sharpen. And for a moment, just one, Soryu sees it. The whole thing. Not just the landscape, not just the ink, but the pattern that holds them all. A kind of rhythm. A movement without beginning or end. You feel it, too. And in that feeling, you begin to let go of needing to define it. Back at the hut, the painting dries with the faint trace of rain still etched in its fibers. It looks incomplete, but only to someone who still believes there is such a thing. You sit by the open window, watching droplets fall from the eaves. Everything is quiet again. Even the thoughts that once begged for answers are now content to listen. The first snow comes without warning, not the heavy, storybook kind, but a thin veil like flower dust across the world. It coats the stone steps lightly, clings to the edges of pine needles, and gathers in the folds of Soryu's sleeves as he steps outside, brush in hand. He had not planned to paint today. The kettle is still warm. The scrolls are stacked and tied. The room is swept. The ink ground to a soft black, but unused. Winter, he always believed, was a time for resting the hand, for reflection, for stillness. And yet, something has pulled him out beneath the sky. He walks slowly to the edge of the small clearing outside the hut, snow crunching softly beneath his sandals. In his other hand is a piece of thick paper coarse, handmade, just slightly warped by age. It's the last sheet from the bundle he bought 3 seasons ago. He didn't realize until this morning. One sheet left. He breathes in, cold, clean, bare. The mountains are barely visible, just outlines, soft and smudged, like a dream halfway forgotten. The forest is hushed. Even the birds have gone quiet. He kneels in the snow. There is no table, no studio, no fire, just paper against the cold earth. A brush dipped in ink still warm from the hut. He waits, letting his knees settle into the silence. You wonder what he'll paint. A snow-covered tree, a cloud breaking open above the ridge an empty field, but Soryu does nothing. The brush lingers above the page and does not fall. He closes his eyes and lets the brush drop. It lands gently in the snow beside him, ink bleeding into the white powder like a secret being told too late. He does not reach for it again. Instead, he places the blank page onto the snow and smooths it down with both palms, as if it were enough simply to lay the paper here, beneath the sky, to offer it to the elements, because something has changed. You feel it too. For years, he has painted to express, to understand, to release, but now he has nothing to say. And that, somehow, is the most honest painting he's ever made. The page remains blank. Snow gathers slowly on its surface, and the fibers begin to curl at the corners. And still, he watches. In some Zen traditions, the highest expression of insight is not action, but non-action. Wu Wei, they call it in Taoist thought, effortless presence, doing without doing, a brush that moves without being moved by ego. Soryu stands at last, knees stiff, back a little sore, but heart quiet. He leaves the paper where it lies. As he turns toward the hut, a breeze carries a curl of snow across the clearing, lifting the corner of the sheet into a gentle wave. It does not fly. It does not resist. It simply bends, then falls back into place. Inside, the room is dim and still. The scrolls remain untouched. He pours the last of the tea and sits by the window. No brush in his hand, no purpose in mind, just breath and presence, just the weight of his body against the wooden floor, the sound of melting snow dripping from the eaves. You sit beside him. You notice how light touches everything: the old inkstone, the chipped tea bowl, the smooth hollow in the floor where his feet always rest. The story has no dramatic ending, no revelation crashing like thunder through the mist, only a quiet settling, a deep exhale. Even now, there is nothing to hold, and that is the teaching. The mountain does not speak. The ink does not explain. The painter does not paint. And still, everything moves. The wind down begins gently now. The pace slows. The breath deepens. The mind loosens its grip. Let yourself picture the snow still falling softly, endlessly covering the paths, the roofs, the rocks. Picture the mountains dissolving into sky, and the sky becoming just space, and the space just silence. The brush has been set aside. The paper, never marked, is the truest expression. You sit in the hut with the old painter, saying nothing, needing nothing. His eyes are half closed. Yours may be too. Outside, the world breathes. Inside, there is nothing to fix. Just stillness. Just the hush before dawn. Let it hold you. Let the mountain remain half seen. The question half asked. You do not need the answer. You do not need the stroke. Only the space between. Only the knowing that there is nothing to know. So breathe. Let the last trace of thought dissolve like ink in the rain. Let your body soften. Let your eyelids fall, and drift with the painter into the white, unpainted snow. In the next story, the air is cool and faintly perfumed with pine, the kind that settles into your robes and follows you long after you've walked past the trees. Lanterns flicker in the distance, their golden glow trembling gently against the smooth stone of the temple path. You walk slowly, feeling each step beneath you, the way a bell ringer might pace before the morning ceremony quiet. Present, alert to things the rest of the world no longer notices. At the edge of Kyoto's eastern mountains, tucked between thickets of red maple and silent groves of bamboo, stands a temple that does not appear in guidebooks. Its roofs are low and faded, tiles washed pale by rain and time. No signs, no names. Only the deep gong of a bell, rising each dusk and each dawn, and the hush that follows like a wave folding in on itself. This is where the boy comes to live, not because he seeks enlightenment he wouldn't know how to spell it, let alone seek it, but because his uncle died and left him with no one else. He is 15. His hands are always cold. His name is Kaido. He arrives on a gray morning with a single sack and eyes still puffed from sleep. The abbot greets him not with words, but with tea, simple barley brew, lukewarm, no sugar. And with that, the boy is shown to his new duties. One task among many to wake at dawn, sweep the courtyard, and, when the sky begins to change, ring the bell. The bell is not just metal, it is an heirloom, 2 centuries old, suspended from a wooden frame lacquered black. A rope hangs down, attached to the horizontal log used to strike it. The first time Kaido pulls it, the vibration travels up his arms and into his chest like thunder swimming through water. It stuns him a little, but the sound deep, round, whole settles something inside him. He begins to crave it. What he doesn't expect is how much not ringing the bell teaches him too. You see, the temple is a place of silences, not the awkward kind, not the kind you fill with noise just to escape your own company, but layered silences. The silence of falling leaves, the silence between bamboo stalks clacking in wind, the silence in someone's eyes when they no longer seek anything from you. These are the silences Kaido starts to notice. Each morning, before he rings the bell, he is taught to listen first, not just to hear, but to listen. There's a difference. He stands, barefoot, on the cold stone, rope in his hand, and waits. Sometimes he hears birds the pale calls of warblers, darting across temple roofs. Sometimes wind. Occasionally, the breath of another monk passing behind him like a shadow in motion. But more often than not, he hears himself, the chatter in his mind, regret, hunger, boredom, questions, the things no bell can drown out. Listen for the sound before the bell. The abbot tells him once, eyes half closed. Kaido thinks this is a joke, so he laughs a little. The abbot doesn't. Weeks pass. His back straightens. His palms become rougher. The robe that once scratched his skin now feels like part of his body. He stops wondering when he'll be allowed to go home, because he doesn't really know where that is anymore. One morning, in late autumn, something shifts. The bell doesn't chime right. It's a morning like any other frost clinging to stones. The clouds the color of old ash. But when Kaido swings the log, there's a dull thunk, not the usual clean resonance. He panics. Was the bell cracked? Did he strike too softly, too hard? The abbot appears beside him as if summoned by silence. No one else noticed. The old man says softly, "But I noticed." Kaido replies, "Good." The abbot nods, then walks away. That night, Kaido can't sleep. He lies in the novice quarters, listening to the breath of the boy next to him, the rustle of a rat in the ceiling. His mind fixates on that chime, the one that didn't sound right. Why did it bother him? Why did it echo in him longer than all the perfect chimes before he sneaks out? wraps his robe tight, and walks barefoot to the bell platform. The night air is full of scent, earthy moss, distant plum blossoms, the faint trace of incense clinging to temple wood. He doesn't ring the bell. He just stands there, hand on the rope, eyes closed, trying to hear the sound before the bell. And he waits and waits, and something strange happens. It's not that he hears something. It's more that he feels a pause, a gentle widening in his chest, as though the world were holding its breath. The absence of noise becomes its own music. The emptiness between sounds becomes a teacher. He remembers the abbot once whispering as they drank tea. Most people wait for the echo, but the teaching is in the pause. Kaito breathes in deeply. This time, he does not pull the rope. Instead, he bows to the bell. The next morning, he rings it perfectly. But more than that, he hears it differently. The tone is not just a note, it is a memory, a mirror, a door. The villagers down in Kyoto don't know the boy's name, but they speak of the temple, where the bell always sounds like it's being rung by someone who means it. And that makes all the difference. After that morning, something settles in Kaito that wasn't there before. It's not a truth, exactly. More like a texture, a sense of being woven into the soundscape of the temple itself. Like the moss, the rain, the bell, he, too, has become part of what is not said. But peace has its own seasons. A week later, during the dusk bell, something shifts again. Not in the sound of the bell, not in the temple grounds, but inside him. The bell rings just as it should. Full. Deep. A resonance that seems to hum into the mountains and echo back through memory. And yet, when the silence comes after, it is not quiet. Not at all. Inside him, the silence has been replaced by something sharp. Regret. It arrives without ceremony. Just a memory, really brief, familiar, like a sparrow landing for a second on the edge of a basin and then flitting off again. The memory of a girl, his sister. He left her behind. The temple doesn't ask about the past. It just absorbs you, like a warm bath. But even warm water can stir old dust. Kaito hasn't thought of her in months, maybe longer. But now, as he stands holding the rope, that one missed chime echoes louder than ever. He hears it not as a dull sound, but as her name, whispered by his own shame. He doesn't tell the abbot. Instead, he begins to stay out later at dusk. After ringing the bell, he slips away, not back to the novices' quarters, but into the woods behind the temple. The monks call them the cedar mists, an old forest where the trees lean like listening elders, and the moss is so thick your footsteps vanish into it. It's a place most avoid after dark, not out of fear, but out of respect. The forest hums. Sometimes with wind, sometimes with nothing at all. Kaito begins walking deeper. He finds a rock that overlooks a narrow stream. On cloudless nights, the moon reflects in the water like a second bell. He listens there, not for guidance, not even for comfort, but because something inside refuses to go silent. He begins talking aloud. Just whispers, barely words. I should have taken her, he says one night. I should have turned around. No one answers, not even the stream. Until one evening, just as he's about to return, he hears a cough, dry, faint. He turns sharply. There, half shadowed by a cedar trunk, is a man in old robes, not temple robes, not from here. A traveler, perhaps, or a ghost. You talk to ghosts, the figure asks. Kaito startles. No, he says too quickly. Then why talk to air? The figure chuckles, stepping into the moonlight. His robes are frayed, his eyes steady. His age is impossible to guess. He could be 40. He could be 200. I wasn't talking to anyone. The man nods. That's the best way. Kaito stands awkwardly. Do you live here? Do you? The man replies, not unkindly. I ring the bell. Kaito says. The man smiles faintly. Then you're already halfway home. He sits beside Kaito without asking. For a while, they both say nothing. The stream babbles. Crickets whisper into the grass. And somewhere far below, a dog barks at something it can't see. Finally, the man speaks. The bell you ring, do you listen to it afterward? Of course, Kaito replies. Do you listen to its end? Kaito frowns. What do you mean? The end, the man says again. The place where the sound goes, after it leaves your ear. Kaito doesn't answer, because there is no answer. Or so he thinks. The man stands slowly, brushing dirt from his robe. When you learn to follow the sound past the point of hearing, that's when you'll start to understand regret. He begins walking away. Wait, Kaito says, stepping forward. Who are you? The man turns. A listener, nothing more. And then he disappears into the trees. The next morning, Kaito asks the kitchen monk if anyone else has been staying at the temple. A guest, a traveler. No one. He doesn't press further. Instead, he starts paying attention not just to the sound of the bell, but to the tail end, the unraveling, that odd, transparent moment when it's neither ringing nor silent, a kind of dissolve. And it becomes clear to him, regret lives in that dissolve, in the place between what happened and what cannot be changed. A chime that will never replay the same way again. Weeks pass. Autumn gives way to early snow. Leaves collapse under their own color. The monks add an extra layer beneath their robes. And one night, without planning it, Kaito walks into the woods again. He finds the man already there, sitting on the same rock, as if waiting. I thought you weren't real, Kaito says. The man smiles without looking at him. Then I must be doing my job. What job? The man turns, showing you how to listen to what you can't change. That night, they don't speak much. Instead, the man tells him one story. It's about a woman who carried water in a clay pot each day down the mountain. One day, the pot cracked. Water spilled. The woman wept, not for the pot, but for all the wasted water. But what she didn't know, what no one told her, was that along her path, flowers began to bloom. Small ones, yellow. They fed on the water she thought was lost. She never saw them, but others did. And when she died, the path still bloomed. Kaito listens, and for the first time in months, he feels something quiet inside, soften. He remembers his sister's face, not in sadness this time, but in the way she once laughed when rice stuck to her chin, in the way she cried when their cat died, in the way she whispered, "Don't go," when he left for the city. He cannot unring that bell. But maybe something grew in the silence afterward. Maybe the missed chime wasn't wasted. Maybe the flowers along the path were never for him to see. He stands. The man beside him nods. You heard it, he says. Kaito doesn't ask how he knows. The bell doesn't ring that night, but something else does. The following morning, frost edges the courtyard stones like pale lace, delicate and quickly melting. Kaito returns to his duties as if nothing has changed. Yet something has. It's not in his hands, which still ache in the early cold, not in his face, which carries the same soft, unreadable expression, but somewhere underneath it all a space, as if someone has scooped out a little sorrow and made room for something softer. He does not speak of the man in the forest again, not to the abbot, not to the other novices. Some things are not meant to be shared in language. Some truths come only in the form of an echo you have to follow alone. One afternoon, as he gathers fallen branches after a windstorm, Kaito finds himself standing before the temple's north wall. There's no gate here, no path, just a stretch of mossy stones that faces nothing but an open slope of bamboo. And yet, there's always one monk sitting there, cross-legged, still as stone. He wears no name. No one ever calls to him. No one ever speaks of him. But Kaito starts watching. Each day, after his bell duties and sweeping, he walks the long curve of the wall just to see if the nameless monk is still there. He always is. Same posture, same breath, like a tree that's learned how to sit. One day, Kaito grows bold. He approaches slowly, as if drawing near a deer that might spook. But the monk doesn't react, doesn't even blink. Kaito sits beside him, far enough not to intrude, close enough to feel the monk's quiet. And they just sit. At first, Kaito fidgets, scratches at his sleeve, counts how long he can hold his breath. His thoughts race. Should he say something? Ask a question. Try to seem wise. The monk just breathes. Eventually, Kaito quiets too. They sit like that for 20 minutes, maybe longer. The bell rings in the distance, rung by another novice that day. The sound rolls over the temple walls, reaches the bamboo grove, and then slips quietly past both their shoulders like wind. Still, the monk says nothing. And that's when Kaito begins to notice something else, something beyond the silence, beyond even his own thoughts, a texture to the air, a sense that his breath isn't entirely his, that the moment is so wide, he can float in it. He opens his mouth to speak. The monk raises one finger. Kaito stops. Not as a scolding, but as an offering. So he listens again. Not to the monk, not to the bell, to everything. The shifting of gravel beneath a beetle's foot, the creak of an old beam settling into shadow, the bamboo whispering secrets to itself that no one ever fully hears, and most of all, the pulse beneath it all, like the world itself is breathing. The monk eventually stands and walks away without a single glance. He leaves behind no name, no explanation, no lesson. But Kaito feels lighter, not like something has been answered, but like he no longer needs an answer. That evening, back in the quarters, a senior monk sits beside Kaito at dinner. The monk slurps his soup, wipes his lips, and says casually, "He sat there long before I arrived. They say he took a vow of silence after his entire village was lost in a flood, but no one really knows. He just is." Kaito nods, but says nothing. He's starting to understand not all teachings are spoken. Weeks pass. The bell continues to chime. The seasons shift, a little more hurried now. Winter is on its way, and the sky grows darker earlier each day. One morning, just before sunrise, Kaito finds a folded note on his mat. It reads, only, "Follow the bell's shadow." It's not signed, not that it matters. He knows who it's from. The words don't make sense, not immediately, but they stay with him, like the aftertaste of burnt tea, like a dream you half remember and can't quite shake. He begins to experiment. He rings the bell, then listens not for the sound, but for where it lands, for the way the birds shift their song afterward, the way the air hangs in the courtyard, the way silence leans differently on one wall than another. He begins to sense it, not the sound, but the direction of its absence. And that's where he walks, north, then east, one day to the well, another to the storage shed. But the moment of clarity doesn't come until he follows the bell down the mountain path, a route not often taken by novices, except for wood gathering or chores. The sun is setting. Mist curls along the steps like old fingers. He walks slowly, not out of fear, but because each footstep feels like entering a memory. And then he sees it, a shrine, half collapsed, hugged by ivy and the hush of age. Its roof is broken. One of the statues lies on its side, moss covering the face. A few coins rest in the dust. Long forgotten, he kneels before it, not to pray, not really, but to bow, to acknowledge something unspoken. Perhaps this was the bell's shadow, not in sound, but in intention. The reverberation of devotion left behind, the echo of care, even where no one now listens. And in that moment, he remembers his sister used to leave folded paper cranes on the windowsill, not because anyone asked, just because it made the silence feel less lonely. He pulls a piece of old parchment from his sleeve, folds it, one crease, then another, until the wings emerge. He places it beside the fallen statue, then stands, bows again, and walks back up the path. Not quickly, not slowly, just enough to keep time with his own breath. When he returns to the temple, the bell is waiting. He pulls the rope, and for the first time, he doesn't just ring it for sound. He rings it for the space it leaves behind. The nights deepen. The first snows arrive in quiet veils, not flurries, as if the sky itself were placing cloth gently over the world. The bell sounds different in winter, more distant, more contained. The cold seems to gather it in, folding the resonance inward. Kaido hears it in his bones now, like a memory before it becomes memory. And yet, not all silences are soothing. One evening, as Kaido finishes sweeping the last fallen ginkgo leaves from the courtyard, the abbot approaches with his usual quiet gait. He stands beside the boy for a long moment without speaking, then gestures toward the eastern slope. Tonight, sleep in the hermitage. Kaito blinks. The mountain hut. The abbot nods once. But why? The old man merely smiles. To listen more deeply. That night, Kaito sets out with nothing but a blanket, a lamp, and a pouch of roasted chestnuts. The path is slick with frost. Owls mutter in the high boughs. His lamp throws long shadows across the ground, but none of them move. The hermitage is small, just one room, one shuttered window, and a wooden platform for sleeping. No fire, no shrine, just a door that doesn't quite close, and a roof that creaks with the weight of wind. He enters, lays out the blanket, and sits. He's not sure what to do. There is no bell here, no fellow novices, no abbot's footsteps in the corridor. Just the sound of his own breath and the awareness of how loud his thoughts have become. He eats 2 chestnuts, then lies down, covering himself with the blanket. He watches the ceiling for a long time, but sleep doesn't come. Instead, memories do. He sees the face of the silent monk, the night in the forest, the crack in the bell's chime, his sister's paper cranes, And then, her voice. It doesn't say anything new. It just says his name. Softly. It's not a haunting, not a dream. It's something in between. The way snow falls inside a lantern's glow real and not real. Present and already gone. He rises and steps outside. The night is impossibly still. Not quiet still. He walks barefoot into the frost. The cold bites, but he doesn't mind. He stands there, arms at his side, head tilted just enough to listen upward. What does he expect? A sound. A whisper. A chime from nowhere. No. What arrives is something stranger, a moment, a feeling that even the standing alone, barefoot, shivering under a sky that doesn't know his name is enough. Nothing more is needed. Not a teaching, not an answer. Just this breath. Just this place. And in that moment, he begins to cry. Not out of sorrow, out of release. Tears warm his face in tiny trails. He lets them come, without judgment, without story, just water, leaving the body. As the river leaves the mountain, as the bell leaves the air. The next morning, he returns to the temple with quiet feet. The abbot meets him at the edge of the garden. He does not ask what Kaido found in the hermitage. He only bows once, deeply. Kaido bows back, just as deeply. There is no need for words. That day, he is assigned to sweep the library steps. It is a long task, made longer by wind. As he works, a senior monk passes by and remarks, "You seem lighter." "I am," Kaido replies. And it's true. Not because he found peace, but because he no longer clings to its absence. He begins to notice small things again. The way the lanterns flicker at twilight, not randomly, but in rhythm with the wind. The way the fish in the temple pond sleep just below the surface. Their stillness more perfect than any meditation he's ever attempted. The way one old nun always hums the same tune when washing her rice bowl. These things once passed him by. Now they shine. One afternoon, he visits the bell alone. He stands beneath it, hand resting lightly on the rope, eyes half closed. He does not ring it. Instead, he listens to the bell's shape. The slight hairline crack in its side, repaired generations ago, with a strip of gold lacquer barely visible, yet beautiful. He traces it with his eyes, realizes even the bell has suffered. Even the bell has healed. He whispers, "You understand?" Then walks away. That night, he finds the abbot again. This time, he asks a question. "What do we do with sound?" After it ends, the abbot smiles. "You carry it, but gently, like a bird that must fly again." Kaido nods. Later that week, a visitor arrives at the temple, an old merchant from the city, seeking solace. He wanders the courtyard, eyes red from grief, hands trembling with some sorrow he cannot name. The abbot calls Kaido. Show him where the silence begins. He says. Kaido does not ask for instructions. He walks the man past the bell tower, past the ginkgo trees, past the corridor of old scrolls and shadows, to the edge of the mossy wall, where the nameless monk once sat. The monk is not there now, but the bench is. They sit. The man says nothing. Kaido says nothing. And after some time, the merchant begins to weep. Not loudly, not wildly, just tears that fall in rhythm with the wind. Kaido does not reach for him. He only sits. And when the bell rings far off in the distance, neither of them flinch. They listen, and then more importantly, they listen after. When the merchant leaves the next morning, he says only this: "I thought I came here for answers. But I think I just needed someone who wasn't afraid of silence. Kaido bows. In the days that follow, Kaido returns to his duties, but each action is slower now, not from laziness, but from reverence. He sweeps as if clearing space inside himself. He serves tea as though the bowl might remember his hand. He rings the bell not as a performance, but as a prayer. And when the echo fades, he follows it not with steps, but with presence. There is no more need to speak of the nameless monk, or the listener in the forest, or the sister in the memory, because now he understands. The true teaching was never in the sound. It was always waiting between the echoes. The temple grounds, now blanketed in late winter's hush, have changed so gradually that even the trees seem unaware. Icicles hang like quiet punctuation from the eaves. Each breath leaves a small cloud that dissolves before it can become memory. The bell has not cracked, nor has it been moved. And yet, as Kaido walks toward it each morning, it feels like a new instrument entirely. Or perhaps he has become the instrument. The novices bow to him without knowing why. The abbot no longer corrects his posture. There is something different in the way Kaido pours water, opens doors, carries his robe, not reverent exactly, but emptied of rush. Even his silences seem rounder, more spacious. He doesn't think of it as enlightenment, more like forgetting what he was so sure he needed to understand. One morning, he is given an unusual task. The elder bell, the abbot says, needs tending. Kaido blinks. There's another bell. The abbot smiles faintly, the one that rings only when no one listens. That afternoon, they walk deep into the woods behind the temple, past the hermitage, beyond the cedar grove. Snow crunches beneath their sandals, not harshly, but like old cloth. Eventually, they arrive at a moss-covered shrine no taller than a man, its wooden frame warped with age. Hanging from its beam is a smaller bell, rusted and tarnished, its clapper missing. It hasn't rung in decades, the abbot says. It may never again. Still, it deserves care. Kaido brushes the snow from its surface with his sleeve. Beneath the corrosion, he sees faint calligraphy. He can't read it, but he traces the strokes with his fingers anyway. Something about the act feels holy. They don't speak on the walk back. That night, Kaido dreams of the bell not ringing, but being rung. By what? He doesn't know. A bird, a gust of wind, his sister's voice. Perhaps all three. When he wakes, the dream lingers in his chest like incense in folded cloth. In the days that follow, he visits the elder bell in secret, not to ring it, just to sit beside it, to share its silence. Once, he hears a fox pad across the clearing. Another time, he watches snow melt along its rim, drop by drop, each one a tiny gesture of impermanence. The bell never rings, but he stops needing it, too. And that, he realizes, is the ringing. The realization blooms not with thunder, but with softness. That some things don't teach by sounding, but by refusing to sound. That a bell unstruck still holds all the potential of awakening. He returns to the main temple. The novice quarters have grown quiet now. Some have left. Others have outgrown them. Kaido stays, not from fear of leaving, but from knowing there is nowhere to go that does not carry this stillness with him. One early spring morning, the abbot summons him. I am growing old, the abbot says, eyes crinkling. The bell needs a new caretaker, not just to strike it, but to protect the space around it. Kaito bows, And so it happens, not in a ceremony, not with incense and vows, just with daily practice, daily breath, daily emptiness. Visitors begin arriving more frequently now, pilgrims, travelers, those who don't know what they seek until they sit in the temple courtyard and hear the bell. Or perhaps don't hear it. It rings less often now. Kaito chooses when. One evening, a girl no older than Kaito was when he arrived asks him softly, "Why do you wait so long to ring it?" Kaito smiles. "So you can hear what comes before?" She frowns, not understanding, but one day she will. He continues the rhythm, sweeping, serving, listening, until the morning the abbot dies. It is not tragic. The old man passes in sleep, face peaceful, robe neatly folded by his side. A novice finds him just after dawn. No one weeps aloud. The monks gather. They sit. They bow. Kaito rings the bell. Once, it echoes for a long time. Long enough, it seems, for the birds to pause mid-flight, the clouds to slow, the sound itself to soften into dust. And after that chime, nothing. He does not ring it again that day. The absence becomes its own lesson. Years pass. The bell grows older. So does Kaito. Children born during his first spring at the temple now return as adults, bearing their own regrets, their own questions. They sit where he once sat, on the mossy stones beneath the cedar trees, and he watches them, never instructing, only accompanying, because he has learned guidance is not about leading. It's about being present enough that others feel safe to listen to the world, to themselves, to the silence between echoes. One day, a visitor asks him, "What do you think the Buddha meant by peace?" Kaito pauses. He could quote, he could reflect. Instead, he just smiles and says, "It sounds like a bell that rings long after the sound has stopped." That night, he walks once more to the elder bell. The forest is full of wind and stars. He stands before the rusted bronze. Then, with a fingertip, he taps it barely. And this time, it hums. Only for a moment. Only for him. But the sound is clear, round, and complete. And it carries everything he's ever learned, everything he's ever let go. The sky fades to a soft indigo. Lanterns flicker in the courtyard, each one glowing like a warm breath in the dark. The stones beneath your feet are cool now, but not cold. You walk slowly past the bell tower, the ginkgo trees, the worn wooden pillars. Everything feels quieter, as if the whole temple is breathing with you. You stop, not because there's anything to reach, but because here, at last, there is nothing left to seek. You sit. The bell will not ring tonight. It doesn't need to. You followed its echo far enough, far beyond the gates, beyond the trees, beyond even memory. The teachings were never hidden. They were always in the space between one breath and the next, between one thought and silence, between one moment and the moment you let it pass. You feel the stillness settle around you, now gently, like snow that does not announce its falling. Your shoulders soften. Your chest rises, then falls, with a rhythm as old as wind, as old as bells, as old as the mountains that watch over Kyoto and say nothing at all. There is no lesson to remember, no phrase to memorize. Only this: you are not late, you are not lost, you are not broken. You are simply here, in this moment, this quiet, this rest. So close your eyes, let go. The sound has passed, and in its place, silence, warm, complete, everlasting. In the next story, you find yourself standing in the misty hush of a forested hillside where cedar trees lean slightly from years of wind, and the morning light filters through branches like pale silk. The air smells of moss and cold stones, and something older, perhaps wood smoke, or the faint bitterness of drying leaves. Before you, a modest house sits under a slanted roof of gray tiles, green with age. The roof creaks softly as the rain from last night slides off in thin rivulets, pattering onto stones below. Steam curls from a narrow chimney and disappears into the mist without urgency. This is the home of a young woman named Sayo. She is not the kind of healer who calls herself one. At 26, she wears her title quietly, the way a river accepts stones without naming them. Her life is made of simple repetitions, grinding roots, sorting herbs, listening. She wakes early and walks barefoot across the cold wooden floor, opens paper screens to let in light, and bows before a clay bowl filled with fresh rainwater. Sayo's grandmother once lived here too, a renowned herbalist in the region. She was sharp-tongued and exacting, her fingers stained with mulberry and mugwort. When villagers came asking for cures, wounds that refused to close, coughs that rattled the ribs, memories that wouldn't loosen, she offered remedies with no guarantee. Only the wisdom of one who had watched seasons pass and leaves wither. Sayo, as a girl, sat quietly behind the stove, watching everything and saying nothing. That was before the stroke. Before her grandmother's hands stopped moving and her words became air. The silence that followed was not cruel. It was just complete. And Sayo had learned to live beside it. Now the old woman is gone. The house is hers. Each day, Sayo prepares her tools, a mortar carved from river stone, small ceramic jars labeled in brush script, a wooden tray of drying trays lined with mulberry paper. She begins with a prayer, not to a god, but to the earth that fed the roots, to the rain that nourished the leaves, and to the unknown that lets one person heal while another fades. She walks the trails behind her home with a straw basket on her back, collecting burdock, knotweed, licorice root. She takes only what she needs, always from different spots, never the same plant twice. She believes the land remembers every footprint, even the soft ones. The villagers call her kusushi, a word that means herbalist, though it carries the weight of something gentler, older. They come to her for tea and salves, but also for something they cannot name. A kind of quiet, a sense that someone is listening, not just to their pulse, but to the part of them they don't understand. One man comes every new moon. He has a limp and never speaks. She gives him warm oil for his joints and barley porridge in a jar. Once, he left behind a folded poem on her doorstep. It read, "You say little, but your leaves speak." She didn't mention it when he returned. She only bowed slightly deeper. Still, there are questions she cannot answer. A child with a fever that wouldn't break. A woman whose sorrow seemed to bloom in her stomach, no matter how many herbs Sayo prepared. There are nights Sayo sits by her window, watching moths circle the lantern, wondering if she is simply guessing with more elegance than others. In her journal, she draws the leaves she uses: red sage, motherwort, camphor, tiger lily. Beside each, a few lines in small handwriting. This cooled his breath, but not his rage. She smiled after the tea, but didn't come again. The roots were strong this season, and yet no change. She reads these lines aloud sometimes, as if speaking them might loosen the knots inside her chest. Her voice is soft. She doesn't cry. She has trained herself not to attach too deeply, but even now, the memory of certain faces returns like old smoke and the walls faint, but impossible to scrub away. One evening, after treating a boy who had been coughing for weeks, Sayo steps outside. The garden is damp and silver with mist. Dew clings to the leaves of the shiso plants, and the smell of wet stone rises from the path. She walks barefoot, feeling the smoothness of the moss beneath her toes, the slight give of the earth. Above her, the sky is a quiet slate. The moon is full but hazy behind clouds. An owl calls once in the distance, a low, deliberate sound that seems to echo inside the ribs. She stands still for a long time. The tea kettle inside begins to whistle, but she doesn't move yet. Something about this moment, this breath, this mist, this moon feels like a turning point too subtle to name. Eventually, she goes back inside, prepares a cup of barley tea, and sits on the wooden step just inside the doorway. The steam rises gently. Her hands close around the cup. Warmth spreads through her fingers, then her chest, and still. Her thoughts return to the boy's eyes. He had coughed as she placed the jar of bitter root in his hands and thanked her with a voice so hoarse she barely heard it. She wonders if it will help. She wonders if it matters. In Japanese traditional medicine, there's a belief that every plant has not only a medicinal property, but a spirit, a kind of energy that resonates beyond physical effect. Warming herbs for those who grieve, cooling ones for anger, moistening leaves for dryness in the soul. It's not written in books. It's learned from watching, listening, failing, and trying again. Sayo knows the recipes by heart, but she has come to understand that recipes are only beginnings. The real work is quiet, in the way you listen to how someone talks about their pain, in the way a person glances at the floor when they say they're fine, in the long silence between sentences. She finishes her tea, rinses the cup, and sets it upside down on a cloth to dry. That night, she dreams of her grandmother's hands, not wrinkled and still as they were at the end, but younger, pressing petals into paper, tying bundles of herbs with red string. In the dream, the house is brighter, the roof newer, the shelves freshly dusted, and a voice quiet but unmistakably her grandmother's says, "The roots don't heal, they only remind." Sayo wakes before dawn. The air is cool. A crow calls from the cedar trees, and the sound carries like a bell across the mountain slope. Today, she decides, she will go to the southern forest. It's far, past the small shrine where travelers leave offerings of coins and prayer papers. But it is the only place she knows to find red sage, growing wild, an herb her grandmother used for stagnant blood, restless sleep, and hearts that carry too much unspoken weight. She prepares her satchel, takes rice balls wrapped in bamboo leaves, a small blade, and a linen cloth to wrap her harvest. Before leaving, she bows toward the shelf where a candle burns beside a bundle of dried mint and a stone that once sat in her grandmother's palm. The forest path is quiet. As she walks, the dew soaks her sandals and darkens the hem of her robe. The morning sun slips between the branches in long, golden fingers. Butterflies lift off the ground with the slow confidence of those who have nowhere else to be. She doesn't rush. As she walks, she recites the plants she hopes to find, the way one might remember names of old friends: red sage, licorice, wild chive, maybe fennel if it hasn't been eaten by deer. By mid-morning, she reaches the clearing. The earth here is dark and soft. Stones rise like bones beneath the surface, and there by a cluster of ferns she sees it: red sage, tall, thin, proud even in its silence. She kneels. The soil is damp. She brushes back the leaves gently, fingers moving with reverence, and before she cuts, she whispers a thank you, not out of ritual, but from instinct. She takes only what she needs. When she stands again, a breeze passes through the clearing, not strong, just enough to lift the edge of her sleeve and remind her that the world is breathing with her. She walks back slowly. The weight of the herbs in her basket is light, but her steps feel heavier, not from fatigue, from something else, something she doesn't try to explain. And still, the path ahead is clear. The rain has returned, not with force, but like a memory re-entering a conversation it never finished. It taps lightly on the roof, slides down the wooden eaves, and gathers in small pools outside the house. Inside, the lamps glow with a golden hush. Sayo moves slowly, a towel draped over her shoulders, her sleeves rolled up. The room smells of damp pine and dried citrus rind. She has just come in from gathering mushrooms near the creek, and her fingers still carry the chill of river stones. She sits cross-legged at the low table, arranging bundles of roots on thin paper: ginger, coptis, licorice, each with its own story, its own mood. Her grandmother used to say plants speak first to the hand, then to the heart, and only later to the illness. There is a knock at the door. It's soft, nearly lost in the sound of the rain, but it pulls Sayo's attention like a shift in wind. She stands, drying her hands on her robe, and slides open the door. An old woman stands in the rain, holding no umbrella. Her robe is worn but neatly tied, her gray hair pulled back in a long braid that drips water down her spine. Her face is lined in the way of someone who has not only lived, but watched others leave. Her eyes, though, are unshakably still. Sayo bows gently. "Please, come in." The woman does not speak, only nods, and steps inside. Her sandals leave damp prints across the wooden floor. She settles on the cushion without being asked, folding her legs with a grace that seems at odds with her age. Sayo prepares tea without questions. She has learned that silence is a kind of language too, especially in houses where herbs outnumber words. When the tea is poured, the woman finally speaks. "It's not my body," she says. Her voice is rough, but measured. It's what lives beneath it. Sayo doesn't respond. Instead, she reaches for a jar of dried bitter leaf, the kind used for cleansing heat from the blood, and sets it beside the pot. The woman watches her closely. "Do you believe herbs can touch the soul?" Sayo pauses. Her hand rests on the lid of the jar. "I think the soul decides what it lets in." There is a long silence. The woman sips her tea, her fingers cradling the cup without tension. Then she begins to speak not about her illness, but her life. She was once a midwife, delivering babies in the next village over. She lived with a man who never quite stayed, buried 3 children before they reached 5 years old. When her hands finally stopped shaking, she began to gather plants. "I came here," she says, Because I heard your grandmother once healed a girl who had forgotten how to cry. Sayo nods. That girl was me. Something flickers in the woman's expression. Not surprise. Maybe recognition. The conversation doesn't follow a straight path. It circles. The woman talks of dreams, restless ones, full of doors she cannot open. She speaks of a tightness in her chest, not from lungs, but from something she calls a knot between lives. She is not dying, not yet, but she no longer feels alive either. Sayo listens, then begins to prepare a mixture not to cure, but to open. Dried lotus, aged tangerine peel, the bitter leaf, and a pinch of salt to ground it all. She grinds the blend slowly, speaking the names of each herb under her breath. When she finishes, she hands the woman a small packet, wrapped in mulberry paper and tied with reed. Take this each morning. With silence, the woman raises an eyebrow. Silence. It helps it work, Sayo says with the hint of a smile. They share one more cup of tea. Then, without ceremony, the woman stands and bows. She does not ask for a cure. She does not promise to return. She leaves like a gust of wind that rearranges the room before you realize it passed through. After she's gone, Sayo remains seated. She doesn't move for a long time. Outside, the rain has stopped. A shaft of sunlight breaks through the clouds, catching on the wet stones outside. The light flickers like breath here, then gone. Later that night, Sayo lights a candle and opens her journal. She does not draw a leaf this time. She writes only one line. Some people do not come to be healed. They come to be seen. She closes the book, places her hands on her knees, and breathes. The wind shifts slightly. The fire crackles once. In the back of her mind, she hears her grandmother's voice again, not in words, but in presence, like the warmth of a cup held in both hands. In the following days, Sayo keeps thinking of the old woman, not with worry, but with a quiet wondering. She doesn't expect her to return. Still, she prepares a little extra of the bitter leaf blend each week, storing it in the cool shade near the jars of dried camellia, just in case. Weeks pass. The weather changes. The mists thicken. One morning, Sayo finds something at the base of her steps. A folded piece of rice paper, smoothed flat with a pebble on top to keep it from blowing away. On it, 6 words written in careful brushstrokes. I remembered how to cry. Thank you. That day, Sayo goes to the river alone. She kneels on the bank where the moss is soft and the air smells like morning. She unties a small bundle of dried herbs and lets the contents scatter into the water. Red sage, lotus petal, bitter leaf. The river takes them without question. And as she watches them drift out of sight, she realizes something has loosened in her own chest too, not fully, not yet, but enough to make space for something new. Not every wound is meant to close. Not every healer is meant to fix. Some are meant to sit beside the unhealed and wait. The plum trees bloom early this year. Their branches, once bare and brittle, now spill with pale pink petals that tremble with every breeze. The path leading to the shrine just beyond the ridge is littered with them, soft, almost too fragile to touch. They cling to Sayo's sleeves as she passes, as though even the trees are whispering something they've remembered too late. It is spring, but not the joyful kind. Not yet. The wind still carries a bite, and the mornings arrive hesitant and gray. The soil is muddy from recent rains, and the river has swelled just past its banks. The world holds its breath, halfway between sleep and waking, and Sayo is tired, more tired than she realizes until one morning. Her hands tremble as she prepares tea. The tremble isn't strong. Most wouldn't notice, but she does. It starts from somewhere deep, not muscle, but marrow. A quiet exhaustion, born not of labor, but of carrying too much stillness. The village is restless, too. Spring always brings new worries. Children fall ill after running barefoot too soon. Stomachs turn from unwashed well water. The older women complain of pains that don't fit any neat category, aching dreams. Sharp memories. The heaviness of another year survived. One morning, a young man comes to her, carrying his mother in a wheelbarrow lined with straw. He is soaked in sweat, his knees trembling from the climb. She won't eat, he says breathlessly, won't speak, just stares. Sayo kneels beside the woman, who is folded into herself like a wilting iris. Her eyes flicker towards Sayo, then away. Her skin is thin, and her breath is shallow. There is no obvious illness, no fever, no wound, just absence. Sayo invites them in. She lays the woman on a warm mat, brews tea with ginseng and honey, and gently coaxes a few drops between the woman's lips. The son watches with a kind of desperate hope that makes Sayo's throat tighten. She knows this look. It is the same one she wore the night her grandmother stopped speaking. The look that asks, "What do I do with all this love if no one is left to receive it over the next 3 days?" The son returns with firewood, herbs, small offerings, dried fish, a paper crane. Sayo cares for the woman in quiet shifts. She rubs her feet with camphor oil. She lights incense. She reads aloud from a worn book of poems, though she's unsure if the woman hears any of it. The fourth morning, the woman opens her eyes, looks at Sayo, and says a single word, "Enough." She turns her head away and does not speak again. Sayo feels something cold settle into her belly. She has seen this before, not death, not yet, but the decision to leave, and no root, no tincture, no prayer has ever reversed it. Still, she prepares a mixture of plum blossom and sweet flag. It is gentle, warming. It is not meant to save, but to comfort. She gives it to the son with both hands and says, "Sit with her. Let her know it's all right." He nods and does. 2 days later, the woman dies before dawn. No struggle, no sound. Only the stillness of a candle that's burned to the base and has no more wax to give. Sayo helps wrap the body. She doesn't cry. She simply folds the hands with care, places dried plum blossoms between the fingers, and bows once. The son weeps, not loudly. The kind of weeping that sounds like breath catching on stone. After the body is taken to the temple, Sayo remains behind to sweep the room. She finds the paper crane on the table, untouched. She picks it up, then sets it on the windowsill. It flutters slightly in the wind. Later that evening, she walks to the edge of the village, to a hill where the plum trees grow wild. The blossoms are falling faster now, stirred loose by a shift in the wind. The ground is a pale pink carpet. She sits beneath the largest tree. She remembers her grandmother once told her that plum trees bloom just before the cold lets go, not because it's safe, but because they trust the warmth will come. Sayo watches the petals drift down like soft snow and thinks about the woman's word enough. Sometimes, people do not want to be healed. Sometimes, the most tender act is allowing someone the dignity of their own timing. She breathes deeply. Her chest aches, but not from illness. In her satchel, she still carries the unused blend she had made the day before. She unwraps it now, scatters it gently at the base of the tree. The wind lifts the herbs, mixing them with petals, carrying both across the ridge. A monk once told her blossoms teach us everything. They arrive, they shine, and they let go. She did not understand it then. Now, she bows her head. When she returns to her house, she writes in her journal, "The work is not to stop the withering. It is to sit beneath the falling petals and not look away. The wind changes again. You feel it in the way the paper lanterns sway along the eaves of Sayo's house, even before the breeze touches your own skin. You hear it in the faint creak of bamboo stalks rubbing together, in the hush that moves through pine needles like a careful hand across a drum. The season is shifting again, not dramatically, but like someone nudging a bowl, just slightly off-center. Everything still holds, but nothing sits quite the same. Sayo begins to walk more often at night, not for herbs, not for anything in particular, just to walk, just to listen. Some nights, she follows the trail to the riverbank and sits there until her legs go numb from the cold stones. Other nights, she follows no trail at all, stepping through tall grasses and listening for foxes, frogs, the occasional rustle of deer. She carries no lantern. Her feet know the way now, and besides, moonlight is enough. She has become quieter, even in solitude. It isn't sadness. Not anymore. It's something else. Like what's left after a storm passes and you realize the wind was speaking all along. One evening, she walks farther than usual, past the shrine, beyond the cedar grove, into an open space she hasn't visited since she was a child, where an old stone bridge crosses a narrow ravine. Below, the stream twists through dark rocks like a silver thread escaping a spool. The air smells of wet stone and camellia. She stops and sits on the bridge's edge. There's no sound except for water and her own breath. And then a voice, dry and amused. You sit like someone waiting for a ghost. Sayo turns. An old man stands at the edge of the bridge, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back and a crooked walking stick. His robe is patched at the elbows, and his hair sticks out in tufts like cattail fluff. "I'm not waiting," she says quietly. He nods. Good. Ghosts tend to disappoint. She almost smiles. He crosses the bridge slowly and sits down beside her with the ease of someone who knows their bones and forgives them. The firewood creaks slightly on his back. He makes no attempt to remove it. "You're the herbalist," he says, "the one who listens more than she speaks." Sayo nods. He points his chin toward the water. "Do you ever think healing is just remembering something the body forgot?" Sayo glances sideways at him. "And what if the body wants to forget? Then you let it," he says. "And you remind it how to be empty without being hollow." They sit in silence for a long time. Eventually, the man speaks again. "You know the story of the boy who carried water uphill every day. Even though his bucket had holes?" Sayo shakes her head. "He was mocked, told he was wasting effort, but flowers grew along the path where he spilled water. Every step became a garden. He never fixed the bucket, just changed how he saw it." Sayo's eyes narrow slightly. "You're not really talking about the boy." He grins, then stands with a grunt. No one ever is. She watches him walk away, back into the trees. He never once adjusts the weight on his back. The next day, Sayo returns to the same spot. She brings no tools, only herself. She kneels by the stream and places both hands in the cold current. It stings at first, then soothes. The water is fast, but clear. She watches it tumble over rocks, swirl around moss, glide past twigs and old leaves without judgment. She hears her own breath echo it rushing, slowing, letting go. She takes a deep breath, then reaches into her pouch and scatters a handful of dried petals, plum, red sage, lotus. They swirl briefly, then vanish. Later that week, a man comes to her with a child wrapped in linen. The boy has not spoken since his father left. Sayo does not reach for herbs. She takes the boy's hand and leads him outside, to the riverbank where she once sat alone. She does not speak. She only shows him the water. The boy watches it for a long time. Then, without prompting, he says, "It sounds like someone humming." Sayo nods. The child returns the next day, and the day after that, they walk in silence. They listen to things that aren't always heard: bird calls behind rustling leaves, the breath of the earth between footsteps. Sometimes, Sayo hums a tune without words. Sometimes, the boy hums back. In her journal that night, she writes, "You don't have to fix what was broken. Sometimes, you only need to make space beside it." She closes the book and listens. Outside, the bamboo is tapping again. She no longer hears it as noise. It's a rhythm, a reminder. A way the wind writes without ink. The days grow longer now, not all at once, but like the slow unfurling of a fern in spring. Mornings arrive with a golden softness, as if the sky has remembered how to smile. The frost is gone, and the garden stirs under Sayo's care. Shoots of green poke through dark soil, and the first mint leaves stretch toward the sun, trembling in the breeze like someone waking from a long sleep. Inside the house, light spills through the rice paper screens, illuminating the dust that drifts in lazy spirals through the air. The air smells of crushed pine needles and steamed barley. In this quiet hour, before the first knock at the door, Sayo feels something rare, a peace not earned by answers, but by presence. She lights a stick of incense and bows toward the small altar on the shelf. A smooth river stone rests there, beside a sprig of dried plum blossom and a folded scrap of parchment, the boy's drawing of a fox beneath a tree. Made weeks ago and quietly left on her table. She keeps it without sentiment, just keeps it. Later that morning, a man arrives. He is in his 60s, with a back that bends not from age but from burden. He carries his wife, who rests limp in his arms like a fallen kite, face pale, breath shallow, eyes shut tight. He does not speak at first, only kneels, gently lowering her onto the futon, as if she were made of threads. Sayo doesn't ask for a story. She asks for water, and he brings it. She warms the woman's hands between her own, lays herbs on a cloth, and listens to the small movements of the woman's breath. Shallow, but steady. When the man finally speaks, his voice is rough, like he's been silent for days. She stopped wanting to wake up. Says life is too heavy. Sayo nods. She's not wrong. He looks at her, startled by the answer. She continues, wrapping a blend of warming herbs in gauze. But sometimes, we mistake the weight of the mind for the weight of the world. He bows his head. Sayo boils a small pot of red date, ginger, and chrysanthemum. The scent fills the room with something that smells both like memory and hope. She lifts the woman's head and lets the tea rest against her lips. One sip, then another. The woman opens her eyes. For a moment, no one moves. Then she says, "It's bitter." Sayo smiles. The good ones usually are. They don't stay long. A few more days of tea, foot soaks, silence. Each visit, the woman speaks a little more. Not of illness, but of the time she stopped dancing, the day she threw away a songbook, the sound of the sea she hasn't heard in decades. Sayo listens, carefully, gently, never correcting. On the last day, the woman brings a shell, smooth, pale pink, still faintly smelling of salt. "Place it near water," she says. It misses the sound. When they leave, Sayo holds the shell to her ear and listens. It does not sound like the sea. It sounds like breath her own, circling back. That night, Sayo walks alone into the woods. She brings no basket, no satchel, no tools. She walks slowly, allowing her feet to find the rhythm of the earth beneath them. The wind stirs gently, and the trees lean in close, not to speak, but to witness. At the stream, she sits on a flat stone and closes her eyes. She listens to her breath, not to change it, just to notice. Inhale. The cool air enters, brushing against the inside of her ribs. Exhale. It leaves quietly, like a guest who doesn't need to say goodbye. She watches the breath as it comes and goes, neither grasping nor pushing away. A memory arises her grandmother's hands, folding herbs by candlelight. Another follows a child's laughter, bright and brief. Then, no memory. Only the sound of the water, the shape of the wind, and then stillness, not the absence of movement, but the fullness of it. As if everything, river, leaf, heartbeat has agreed, just for now, to simply be. She breathes once more. In the stillness, she hears what she had been missing all along. Not a voice, not a sign, but a deep, quiet knowing. Healing is not about solving. It is about staying. Staying with what aches, staying with what breathes, staying with what wants to go, and letting it. Sayo opens her eyes. The sky is darker now. A few stars have begun to whisper their light between the branches. She stands, brushes off her robes, and walks home without haste. That night, she writes no words. She simply places her journal beside the shell, sets the candle low, and slips into sleep with the faint scent of herbs still clinging to her sleeves. And as she sleeps, a breeze moves through the room like a gentle hand across her brow. Everything is just as it is, and that is enough. And now, as the light dims in the story, and the walls of the herbalist's house grow soft with dusk, you feel something loosening in your own breath. You are still sitting by that river, aren't you? Still hearing the water weave through stone. Still sensing the weight of the world, not as a burden to carry, but as something to notice and release. Something to bow to and let pass. Maybe you're holding a cup of warm tea in your hands. Maybe your thoughts have begun to slow, like petals falling one by one from a tree that no longer resists the breeze. That's the gift of stories like these. They don't solve, they don't shout. They simply sit beside you, hold your hand without asking questions, and remind you that this moment is whole, that this breath is enough. The herbalist is sleeping now. Her basket is empty. Her shelves are tidy. The lantern flickers beside her altar, and the wind carries a whisper of pine through the open window. Somewhere, in the woods. The owl calls once, somewhere. A child wakes from a nightmare and finds only calm. And somewhere in your own chest, there is space again. Not because anything was fixed, but because something softened. As you close your eyes tonight, let go of what cannot be solved. Let go of the ache to understand. Let go of the idea that peace must be earned. Just breathe. The wind knows your name. The water remembers your shape. And the world is quieter than you think. In the next story, you arrive just as dusk folds itself gently across the shoulders of an old European valley. The fields, long since harvested, hum with the quiet of rest. Thin lines of mist curl upward from the hollows between pine-covered hills, and at the edge of one such hill stands a weather-worn stone hut, its chimney exhaling thin smoke into the cool air, like the breath of a dreamer deep in sleep. Inside this hut, a man who has not spoken aloud for several weeks kneels before a small fire, adjusting logs with the practiced quiet of someone who long ago stopped needing noise to confirm his presence. His name is Thomas. His beard is white, though he's not terribly old, only worn thin by years of wandering, retreating, and wondering. For most of his adult life, Thomas roamed cities and cloisters, markets and monasteries. He had been a seeker of answers, a recorder of scriptures, a guest at many spiritual tables. But after decades of search, he had tired of accumulation of books, doctrines, and conclusions. They had once thrilled him. Now, even silence itself seemed more honest than the cleverest sutra. He had come to the hut on a whim. Or perhaps it was something else. A final experiment, he'd said, smiling bitterly to the wind. Just 1 year with no one but himself and whatever forest beings cared to visit. And so here he sits, alone as a stone bowl, steeping pine needles in a cracked ceramic cup. The firelight flickers over his rough hands, over a low shelf lined with river rocks and dried plants. No clocks, no voices, no need to remember who he used to be. Except there is that sound again. A flutter? Not dramatic. Barely there. But constant, like a question that keeps asking without forcing an answer. Outside, atop the worn ledge of the windowsill, sits a sparrow. Brown, speckled, inconsequential in size but oddly persistent in its visits. It appears around the same time each evening, tapping its beak against the cold glass, then peering in with eyes that suggest neither fear nor curiosity, just attention and stillness. Thomas had tried ignoring it, then waving it off, then offering crumbs. But the bird never stayed for long. It seemed to observe him more than beg. And in its silence, Thomas began to sense something else. Not a demand, but a mirror. The next morning, as frost clung to the edges of mossy stones and the forest remained silent in its half-sleep, Thomas awoke not to a dream, nor to memory, but to a single feather. It lay just beyond the door, light brown, unremarkable, yet somehow placed. He picked it up and examined it closely. No note, no instruction, just the suggestion of a presence so light it could only be noticed if one stopped resisting the moment. And so, he placed the feather on his table, and he sat. He did not try to interpret it. He simply watched the way morning sunlight slipped through the slats in the shutter, the way it caressed the edge of that feather and cast a shadow lighter than thought. It had not escaped Thomas that for all his years of philosophical labor, of metaphysical debates and doctrinal memory drills, This moment, sitting with a feather on a cracked wooden table, was somehow more whole. But wholeness, he thought, does not announce itself. It simply includes everything. The cold, the feather, the faint ache in his knee, the sound of the sparrow outside. Once more. He closed his eyes and let his breath do what it always does when he doesn't interfere. Rise, fall, rise, again. And here, we pause, not for drama, but for breath. Because sometimes it is in the slowing down that we begin to remember a deeper rhythm. The hut, small as it is, has windows on 3 sides. From one, Thomas can watch the rise of the moon above the ridge. From another, the slow descent of fog. The third faces a narrow clearing, where mushrooms bloom after autumn rains and deer sometimes pass. It's from this clearing the sparrow first appeared, not with fanfare. Just one morning, as Thomas opened the window to let in the scent of wet cedar, it fluttered in midair, hovered for the span of a blink, then landed soundlessly, and just sat. Now it returns often, always alone, always without demand. If Thomas had kept his old mind the one trained to search, to interpret, to draw diagrams of enlightenment, he might have dismissed it as coincidence. But in solitude, with no one to impress, the layers of performance begin to peel away. What remains is attention. There's a story Thomas used to tell when he was still traveling. It was about a Zen master and a tea bowl. You know, the one the bowl breaks, and the master smiles. But Thomas no longer tells it. He has, instead, lived through the breaking of many bowls, literal and otherwise, and learned that what matters most is how you hold the shards. The sparrow stays through dusk, sometimes. Not inside, but near. Watching. One evening, Thomas follows its gaze not to the stars overhead, but to the tiny pool of water that gathers at the base of a nearby stone. The reflection is incomplete, but that doesn't make it untrue. He notices how the bird doesn't resist the wind when it comes. It hunches, waits, then moves again. No complaint, no delay, just presence. Perhaps, Thomas thinks, it's not that the sparrow is his teacher. Perhaps the sparrow simply is. And in being, it invites him to remember what being feels like. So he continues his days, not in meditation poses, but in quiet acts of noticing. The way smoke curls differently when pine bark is fresh. The sound of snow before it lands. The way silence has texture, if you're still enough to feel it. And each morning, when the frost is new and the tea is steeping, the feather waits on the table. Thomas doesn't move it anymore. It has become part of the landscape, like a stone in the path that no longer asks to be kicked or named. He does not need to understand the sparrow. He only needs to be here, and for now, that is enough. Morning arrives quietly, as it always does here, seeping into the world rather than striking it. Thomas wakes not with alarm or intention, but because the light knows how to touch his face gently. It enters through the cracked shutters in slanted streaks, dust motes drifting like stars in slow orbit. The forest beyond remains hushed, every branch and blade still glazed with the sleep of dew. He stretches without hurry, his joints cracking like polite conversation between old friends. Today, like every day lately, has no appointment, no list, no destination. And yet, there is some slight anticipation as he pours warm water over the dried leaves in a mug and steps toward the small wooden bench just outside his door. The sparrow is already waiting. Or perhaps it only arrived a moment ago, Either way, there it is perched on the crooked fence post, eyes, still, body barely moving, except for the rhythmic flutter of its chest with each breath. Thomas lowers himself onto the bench and sips his tea. For a long while, neither of them moves. Then something curious happens. Thomas inhales, and he notices the sparrow does too, not in mimicry, of course, but in shared rhythm. The air entering, leaving, no effort, no drama, just the simple agreement of life continuing. It's strange what happens when you sit long enough with something small. It begins to grow, not in size, but in significance. The sparrow becomes not larger, but wider, as if the space it holds in the world expands simply because he is willing to notice it. Thomas closes his eyes. One breath in the coolness of morning air. One breath out the scent of pine needles and last night's embers. One breath in the tiny shuffle of the sparrow's feet. One breath out the silence of not needing to move. There is a word Tomas once read in a forgotten commentary on mindfulness appamata, often translated as diligence, but closer in feeling to vigilant care. Not rigid, not strained, just full presence, moment after moment. Thomas thinks of it now, not as a concept, but as the sparrow itself, vigilant, not anxious, alive, but still. Back inside the hut, a candle flickers on the altar, a simple stone with nothing on it but a bowl of water and a small wooden bird carved long ago, before Thomas left his last monastery. He doesn't know why he brought it here. It had seemed trivial at the time, an old novice's whittling project. But now, the coincidence feels like something gentler than fate. The carved bird and the real one share the room now, one made of memory and the other made of breath. Later in the day, Thomas gathers firewood. The wind rises slightly, tugging the trees into slow conversations. He listens as he walks his feet, finding familiar paths, his shoulders moving in time with the weight of the bundle. It feels good to be part of a rhythm again, not the frantic pulse of travel or seeking, but the slow tide of forest life. As he reaches the edge of the woods, the sparrow flits beside him, landing briefly on a low branch. Its eyes catch his again, and this time, something changes. Thomas remembers the breath, not just the idea of breathing, but the practice, the anchoring. And without thinking, he stops and places a hand on his chest. In, out, the wind, the bird, the rustle of nearby leaves, all breathing together. He chuckles under his breath, not because of anything amusing, but because of how ridiculously simple it is. All the years spent chasing enlightenment in sacred texts and foreign temples. And here, on a muddy trail, holding damp firewood, beside a bird the size of his thumb, he is finally here. Later, while warming himself by the fire, Tomas begins to write, not with intention to teach or share, but simply to record. A small notebook, just a few lines. This morning, I breathed with a sparrow. It was enough. He smiles and closes the book. Outside, the wind picks up. A cold front arrives without warning, sweeping across the forest, and a long sigh. The temperature drops. Branches groan. The fire inside becomes more than comfort. It becomes necessity. Thomas adds more wood, then pulls his blanket tighter around his shoulders. He gazes into the flame, watching it flicker and sway like the sparrow's heartbeat. It strikes him then how similar they are, fire and bird, both needing space, both unpredictable. both alive in their own way. That evening, he leaves the window open, just a crack in case the bird wants to visit, and at twilight. It does. This time, it stays longer, not on the sill, but on the ledge just above, where the stone is dry, the wind is softer. Thomas pretends not to look directly, but he notices the bird is preening slow, precise, present, every feather touched with care. He whispers, more to himself than to the bird, "You're not waiting for anything, are you?" The sparrow continues its quiet tending. Thomas exhales. The hut is quiet except for the fire's low pop, the distant whisper of branches, and the breath of one man beginning to understand what attention truly means. It is not about effort, not about trying to be mindful, but about not leaving, not fleeing the moment out of habit. He recalls a Zen story once told by a weary traveler who stopped at his monastery many winters ago. A monk asks how to enter the path. The teacher responds, "Just don't depart." Back then, it had sounded cryptic. Now, with the sparrow nearby, and nothing else asking for his thoughts, it makes perfect sense. As night deepens, Thomas feels his body slowing, not in fatigue, but in soft agreement with the dark. He lies down on his mat and places the feather beside him, not as an object of devotion, just as a companion, a reminder. The sparrow does not stay the night. It lifts into the twilight with a faint blur of wings and disappears into the trees. But Thomas is not left alone. He has his breath, and for tonight, that is enough. The storm arrives not with thunder, but with a hush so deep it steals even the echo of bird calls. A curtain of mist moves in first, wrapping the forest in folds of silence. Then come the clouds, heavy and slow, rolling in like an old thought that has finally decided to be felt. Thomas notices the shift as he finishes splitting kindling. The air thickens, smells of wet stone and moss. He pauses beneath the overhang of his hut and tilts his head upward. Not a drop yet, but it's coming. You can feel the weight of it, how the trees lean slightly, how even the wind has gone quiet, holding its breath. Inside, he prepares for the long rain, moves firewood closer, tightens the shutters, places bowls beneath the leaks he hasn't gotten around to fixing. The sky darkens early. By midday, it feels like evening. Then the rain begins. Soft at first, like the tapping of distant thoughts, then fuller. A steady downpour that turns the roof into a drum and the world into a memory of water. The fire hisses in sympathy, crackling defiantly. Thomas sips his tea in silence, wrapped in layers of wool and patience. And then, there it is, the tap-tap against the window. At first, he thinks it's just the rain. But no, it's different. Familiar. The sparrow, drenched, feathers flattened, shivering in the cold. It huddles on the same crooked windowsill, looking smaller than usual, not frantic, just here. Thomas opens the window slightly. The cold rushes in, and for a moment they both sit in the boundary between outside and in. He places a small cloth near the sill, a bit of seed, a slice of dried pear. The sparrow hops once, then twice, and then it stays, not inside, but just close enough. And Thomas watches, not as a rescuer, not as a monk performing a parable, just as a witness to presence. The bird shakes itself once, sending droplets in all directions. Then it lowers its head beneath one wing and waits out the storm. Hours pass, like thoughts, some sharp, some soft, none demanding anything. The fire burns lower, Rain continues, and Thomas sits, one eye on the flame, the other occasionally drifting toward the windowsill. There is a strange sort of companionship that arises when neither party needs anything from the other. Just presence, just breathing, just being. That kind of silence is not empty. It is full of life unnoticed until we stop searching. The storm intensifies. Wind begins to howl through the trees. Branches whip and sigh. Somewhere far off, a pine cracks and falls. Thomas stirs but doesn't rise. He listens to the forest bend, not break bend. It reminds him of something he once read, perhaps in a scroll, or maybe just in the way water moves. That what survives is not the rigid, but the yielding. The sparrow remains, still, soft, alert. And it strikes Thomas not as a metaphor, but as a truth in motion, that the bird is not afraid of the storm. It is simply with it, not fighting, not ignoring, just adapting. So he tries the same. He closes his eyes, lets the noise wash through him. The fire, the rain, the creak of branches, the distant sigh of wind rolling down the valley like a wave. It all becomes one continuous note low, ancient, tender. When he opens his eyes again, the bird has tucked itself closer to the cloth, eyes closed, breathing, just breathing. Tomas rises, slowly, and places another log on the fire. The warmth spreads outward. The room glows amber. He sits once more, this time folding his hands, not in prayer, but in stillness. There had been a time, not long ago, when he would have tried to interpret this moment. What does the bird symbolize? What lesson is hidden in the storm? But tonight, there's no need for symbols. The world is its own meaning. The sparrow is a sparrow. The rain is rain. And Thomas is Thomas, a man with a small fire, a humble hut, and a new understanding of how to be with things rather than shape them. Night falls fully now. The world outside becomes an ink painting, full of shifting shadows and undefined lines. Inside, the hut holds its warmth like a secret. Thomas prepares a modest bowl of soup, just barley, herbs, and water. He eats slowly, every bite an act of attention. He no longer reads while eating, no longer thinks about the next thing. Just chew, swallow, breathe. The sparrow stirs but stays, and he feels it again, that strange, wordless sense of communion. As if the bird is not outside his life, but inside his moment. They are not companions. They are simply sharing space. He sleeps early, the storm still whispering through his dreams. And when he wakes at dawn, the bird is gone. Not a trace, not even a feather. But the cloth remains damp, the seed uneaten. And his chest feels lighter. He steps outside. The air is crisp, as if washed clean by the night's sorrow. Puddles reflect the sky. The forest glistens. And for the first time in weeks, Thomas speaks aloud. Thank you. Not to the bird, not to the storm, just into the air, where it floats for a while, then disappears. Because sometimes that is all mindfulness is, noticing what came, what stayed, and what left without needing to hold any of it. The forest has changed again. Winter arrives slowly here, less like a wall of cold and more like a deepening quiet. The sky fades into a muted silver, and the once rustling leaves give way to bare branches that reach like careful ink strokes toward the pale light. Thomas watches frost bloom across the stones each morning, delicate as breath on glass. The sparrow hasn't returned. At first, Thomas checked the windowsill each day, not expectantly, but out of habit. Then, over time, he stopped checking. Not because he didn't care, but because he had learned to sit with absence as gently as he had once sat with presence. Winter teaches that, doesn't it? That what is gone doesn't have to be forgotten, and what is quiet still lives. Each day now, the world slows further. The stream behind the hut grows still, encased in thin layers of ice that reflect light like old glass. Even the trees seem to rest deeper. Their movements, when they do occur, are few and deliberate, like monks bowing only when needed. Thomas settles into his winter rhythm. He wakes before the sun, lights the fire, prepares tea. He speaks aloud, sometimes not in loneliness, but to hear how his voice echoes in the stillness. It surprises him, every time, how the words sound softer now, less burdened by judgment, more like water tumbling gently over stone. Each evening, he writes just a little, 1 or 2 lines, a description, a passing thought, a memory that doesn't demand retelling, and always, there is the feather still resting on the edge of the table, unchanged. He's long since stopped wondering whether it should be put away or enshrined. It's neither token nor relic, just something that arrived one day and chose to stay. One night, a particularly cold wind howls through the woods, rattling the shutters with sharp fingers. Thomas sits near the fire, wrapped in his blanket, watching the flames dance like distant figures in some imagined festival. He thinks of the sparrow, not longingly, not sentimentally, but with a kind of reverent curiosity. He recalls how the bird never stayed long, never offered answers, never demanded interpretation. It simply arrived, moved, looked, breathed, left, and in doing so, it had shown him something beyond any teaching he'd once tried to memorize. How to be here. Thomas closes his eyes, and in the dark behind his lids, he sees not the bird, but the space where it once was. The air it moved through, the stillness it left behind. And he understands now that what truly changed him was not the sparrow itself, but the moment he allowed himself to watch fully, without needing, without naming, to witness with his whole body, and then to let go. Outside, the wind pauses, the fire sighs. Thomas rises and opens the shutter just a little, not to look, just to let the air in. It's sharp, but fresh, clean. He breathes it in as if it were medicine, and perhaps it is. He stands there for a long time, his breath visible in the moonlight, blending with the slow exhale of trees and distant snow-covered fields. Then he returns to his cushion, not to meditate, just to sit. There is a word he remembers, samatha, the practice of calming the mind, often translated as tranquility, but what he feels now goes deeper. This isn't simply calm, it's presence that no longer flinches. It isn't that the mind has stopped moving, it's that he no longer runs with it. Thomas listens to the creak of old wood, to the subtle breath of fire, to the hush of snowfall beginning outside. He thinks again of how the sparrow had once preened beneath a storm, had not fled, had not fussed, just tended to its feathers, one by one, under the lash of rain and wind. How foolish he once felt, watching that, and how grateful he feels now, having remembered. Later that week, a fox passes near the clearing, leaving prints like runes in the snow. Thomas studies them, but does not follow. he has stopped needing stories about everything. Some footprints are just footprints. A few nights later, he dreams of a great quiet mountain. In the dream, he walks along its ridge, alone but not lonely. At one point, he sees a bird far below, gliding effortlessly across the valley. Winds, not a sparrow, perhaps, but something like it. And when he wakes, the room is quiet, except for the soft ticking of meltwater dripping from the roof. He writes one line in his journal. The sparrow came to teach attention. Its absence teaches the same. And somehow, that is enough. Spring comes like a memory warming the bones, slowly, gently. A note held long enough that you forget it had once been silence. The snow begins to melt in patches, first near the trees, where the roots hold warmth beneath the surface, then across the clearing, where the sun lingers just a little longer each day. Thomas notices the changes, the way you notice breath after having lost it, with reverence, not urgency. The moss returns, softening the stone. A pale green blush creeps across the forest floor. Streams that had once frozen solid begin to trickle again, whispering old songs beneath their icy skin. And Thomas, he still rises early, still sits by the fire, still lives each moment with a kind of deliberate softness, as if time itself had slowed to accommodate his heartbeat. But something has shifted. There's no more waiting. The sparrow does not return, and that, he realizes, is no longer cause for longing. It is a lesson complete. The bird had flown, as all things do, as even winter does. And now, in its absence, Thomas feels something that is not quite loss and not quite peace, but something honest, something whole. Each day, he walks the clearing, not to search, but simply to be. His steps leave soft impressions in the thawing earth. Each one fades by morning. He watches the buds push gently from branches. The same way, awareness now rises from within him, not forced, not summoned, but inevitable. He sits on his bench and listens, tween threading through the new leaves, to the sigh of tree bark softening in the warmth, to the steady beat of his own heart, no longer drowning in thought, but pulsing in rhythm with the forest. One afternoon, he finds the feather again, tucked in the corner of a windowsill, where it must have been blown by the breeze. Or perhaps it had never truly left. He holds it between his fingers and watches it quiver in the wind. So light, so directionless, so exactly what it is. And he smiles, not because it means something, but because it doesn't have to. Later that evening, he lights a candle and sits beside the fire as twilight lowers itself onto the valley. He doesn't write in his notebook anymore. Not every day. Some truths are meant to be lived, not captured. But tonight, he writes one final line beneath the others. The bird is gone, and still I sit. He places the feather between the pages and closes the book. As the sky darkens, the forest begins to hum again, not with the noise of summer, not yet, but with a new aliveness, a kind of readiness. And Thomas feels it, too. Not as excitement, not as a new goal, but as deep readiness. To continue being, to live without need of explanation, to breathe. He sits long after the fire dims, wrapped in a wool blanket, his hands resting lightly on his knees. There is no mantra in his mind, no technique being applied, just breath, just posture, just being held by the night. The stillness now feels like an old friend, not empty, but generous. not hollow, but infinite. And it's here, in this last hush of day, that the deeper teaching arrives, not from a bird, not from a scroll, but from within. That mindfulness is not something added to life. It is what remains when nothing is left to resist. Thomas does not need another sign. He does not need the sparrow to return. The teaching has nested, and in the morning, the first crocus opens in the clearing, small and luminous. Its petals quiver in the breeze, and Thomas, watching from his bench, bows not as a ritual, but as a reflex, as a way of saying, yes, I see you. And then, softly, the wind slows, the trees go quiet, and everything breathes again. The fire has burned low. The forest has fallen into deep stillness. Even the candle on the stone altar has begun to waver, its tiny flame bowing toward rest. Now, your breath too begins to slow. No need to hold it. No need to guide it. Let it come and go, like wings on wind. Gentle, effortless. Feel the weight of the blanket on your shoulders, the softness beneath you, the way the night cradles your thoughts without asking anything of them. You are not required to understand anything tonight. Not the story, not yourself, not the world. All that's needed is presence, the kind of quiet awareness that watches sparrows and storm clouds, joy and sorrow, come and go without needing to chase or name them. Let yourself rest in that. The bird is gone. The lesson remains. And here you are exactly where you've always been. Safe, still, breathing. In the next story, fog hangs low over the cloister stones, softening the sound of sandals brushing against worn paths. It's dawn, and the convent bells haven't rung yet. The air smells faintly of lavender from the herb garden, mingled with the damp scent of river reeds and aging stone. Somewhere beyond the chapel walls, a rooster calls once, then falls silent. A window pane glows with pale firelight, but no one speaks. Inside these walls, silence isn't empty. It echoes. Aline is 12, though she feels older some days. She walks with her eyes lowered, not from fear, but because the world above her brow seems too loud. She's not a nun, not yet only an oblate, offered by her mother to the Benedictine sisters a few years ago after her father died of the fever. She's not sure what vow she's supposed to take, but she keeps one anyway to listen more than she speaks. She's thin, but not fragile. Her sleeves are rolled past her wrists, frayed at the edges, smudged with ash from helping in the kitchens. The other girls tease her sometimes, but only gently. Aline doesn't retaliate, not because she's better, but because it seems useless to answer noise with more noise. The abbess, Mother Leonide, has sharp eyes but a soft voice. She says little to Aline, except on mornings when the girl lingers too long at the edge of the scriptorium, watching the older monks copy lines from worn parchment. Eyes and ears, not fingers, she says then, but she never sends Aline away. Not really. This morning, Aline walks alone through the cloister before the sun lifts fully. Moss grows thick between the stones. Her fingers trail along a vine that climbs the cloister wall, where dew clings like pearls. Above, the chapel's bell tower rises into the fog, barely outlined. A sparrow lands on the windowsill beside her and flutters once before vanishing into the gray. Aline stops near the well and looks into the water. It's dark, still. No reflection. just the shape of the sky turned inwards. She doesn't know the word impermanence, not yet, but she's starting to sense it in the way the leaves keep falling, the way bread dough collapses if you press too hard, in the way Sister Therese began coughing 2 weeks ago and hasn't sung in the choir since. After morning prayers, the convent settles into its usual hush. It's not the silence of nothingness. It's the kind that rings in the space left behind by absence, the kind that has weight, that pulls you down into it, like the well's deep shadow. Elaine spends her morning cleaning the herb-drying racks. She crumbles dried thyme into baskets and bundles chamomile with string made from flax. The smell clings to her sleeves. As she works, she hums, low and tuneless, then catches herself and stops. She's not supposed to sing, not without permission, but even the silence here hums back. At midday, Sister Genevieve, who is kind but not particularly observant, hands Aline a bowl of lentils and stale bread. She nods at her to sit by the kitchen hearth, where embers glow faintly. The other girls chatter about who saw the merchant's boy at the gate yesterday. Aline only half listens. She's watching the steam rise from her bowl, each swirl unraveling into air, disappearing as soon as she notices it. Later that afternoon, she helps carry linens to the laundry yard near the river. The water is cold, biting at her fingers. But she doesn't complain. Complaining seems like inviting the cold in further. She works beside Sister Madeline, who never speaks during chores. Aline appreciates that. Across the river, beyond the reeds, villagers burn a pile of bramble. The wind carries the smoke just far enough for its sweetness to reach the convent walls. Aline watches as gray spirals twist into the sky here, then gone. She's not sure what makes her turn, but she does. There, sitting just outside the laundry wall, is a boy no older than herself, watching the water swirl around her hands. His cloak is travel-worn, and he's holding something, a small wooden carving, perhaps of a bird. He says nothing, just nods once, then stands and leaves. He doesn't return. That night, as the sisters file into the chapel for compline prayers, the great bell above rings once, then twice. Aline sits in the back row, hands folded. Her eyes drift not to the crucifix, but to the candle flames at the altar, how they flicker and steady. Flicker and steady. She watches them, half listening to the psalms, until they seem to be breathing with her. She thinks again of the boy, of his wooden bird, of the smoke, then of the well, where nothing reflected, and something in her chest loosens not with fear or confusion, but with space. As the prayers fade and the sisters file out, Aline remains behind. The last candle dies out, but she does not move. Not yet. The silence in the chapel has changed. It no longer feels like absence. It feels like presence. Like the air is holding something sacred, something not meant to be spoken. She breathes in, and for a moment, it feels as though even her thoughts pause to listen. The next morning, the frost bites deeper. The cloister garden, once soft with dew, now crunches underfoot. Aline's shoes are thin, but she's used to it. Cold is no longer a surprise, just another condition to meet with quiet patience. As she walks toward the chapel for lauds, she passes beneath the linden tree that leans crookedly over the edge of the courtyard. Its leaves have mostly fallen, save for one that twirls and clings to a brittle branch like it forgot its turn. The bell rings once, then again, and again. But before she reaches the door, a fluttering sound stops her. High in the bell tower, something thrashes a sudden clatter, feathers against metal, then silence. Aline turns her gaze upward. The fog is lifting now, and sunlight flickers through the slats of the tower. She sees it then a sparrow, or what might have once been one, trapped in the belfry. Its wing catches in the wooden frame. It flaps madly, then stills, panting. She watches, and something in her tightens. She shouldn't go. The bell tower is off limits to oblates, but rules, she is learning, are sometimes just fences around fear, or formality, or both. Later that day, when the sisters are busy tending to the winter onions, Aline slips away. She moves like a shadow along the outer corridor, climbs the servants' stairs 2 at a time. The door to the bell tower is warped, but it yields. Dust coats the railing. The air smells of old rope and pigeon droppings. She ascends carefully. The stairs creak. At the top, the bell looms massive, greenish with time, suspended like the moon between its own stillness and sound. And there, trembling beside it, is the bird, alive, tired. One wing drags as it tries to lift. Aline lowers herself slowly. She doesn't speak, only extends a hand. Her fingers move closer, and the sparrow flinches, then freezes. She waits, and waits longer. Finally, the small thing shifts its weight and steps into her palm. She descends as quietly as she came, the bird tucked in her sleeve. Behind the candlemaker's quarters, near the compost piles, she releases it. The wing flutters, not quite strong enough yet. The bird hops, then stops. It looks at her once she's sure of it, and then lifts into a staggered flight toward the treetops. It's not just the sparrow that breathes easier. She does too. That evening, Sister Marguerite gives a reading in the refectory, as is tradition after the meal. Tonight, it's a tale from the East. Most don't listen closely, lulled by the fire's warmth and the rhythm of her voice. But Aline listens. She always does. The story is of a young monk in distant Nalanda who sat for 10 years in silence, not because he was told to, but because the world already said too much. One day, his teacher asked him, "What is the sound before sound?" And the monk, for the first time in 10 years, spoke. It is the cry that never leaves the throat. Some of the girls giggle. Sister Marguerite clears her throat, annoyed. But Aline stares into the flame, where her own reflection flickers and vanishes again. The cry that never leaves the throat. She knows that cry. The next morning, her chores are interrupted. "Aline," says Mother Leonide, her tone unreadable. "Come." She follows the abbess through the cloister and into a small chamber Aline has never entered before. The walls are lined with books, not just scripture, but stories, poems, even a scroll that seems older than the convent itself. "I've noticed you," the abbess says plainly. "Not just your work, but how you listen." Aline says nothing. "That bird," Leonide continues, "you freed it." Aline's shoulders stiffen, but the abbess only nods. "Good. Let this be your first lesson in non-grasping. Non-grasping." The phrase lands like a stone dropped in a pond, ripples, ripples, then quiet. "You may come here now and then," Leonide says, "to read. But understand knowledge is not understanding, and understanding is not silence. Learn to sit with all three." Aline nods, and for once, she smiles. From then on, she spends 1 hour each week in that small library. She doesn't always read. Sometimes she just listens to the crackle of the fire, to her own breathing, to the sound of the wind tapping on the shutters, like a visitor who never tires of arriving and leaving again. One afternoon, a storm passes. Rain drums heavy on the roof, then slows to a hush. The garden outside the window glistens, each leaf holding a single drop, like a question waiting for an answer. Aline opens a scroll with trembling fingers. It tells of the Buddha sitting beneath the Bodhi tree, as Mara tempts him with fear, desire, doubt, and yet he sits. She wonders, could she sit like that? Not for years, but even just for 1 hour, without reacting, without turning the thought into something louder than it needs to be. She tries. She lights a candle, places it before her, closes her eyes. Her thoughts don't vanish. They swirl, they knock, they rush in, mostly about nothing at all, bread and sparrows, and the echoing bell. But she keeps sitting. A whisper rises within her. This too will pass. She doesn't know where it comes from, only that it feels true. Outside, a sparrow lands on the windowsill. Not the same one, but maybe it doesn't matter. It hops once, then, without fanfare, lifts into the sky, leaving behind only the ripple of wind and the silence that waits beneath all things. That night, the wind does not sleep. It weaves through the convent's arches and stones like a wandering monk looking for somewhere soft to rest. Doors rattle in their frames. The chapel's old shutters click open and closed, like a wooden breath. Aline wakes well before the morning bell. Not from fear, more from a stirring she can't explain. Some dreams don't end when your eyes open. She slips from her cot and walks barefoot through the cloister corridor. Her steps are silent on the worn stone. The moon leans in through high windows, casting long shadows like brushstrokes across the wall. Outside, clouds drift quickly over the sky, and the linden tree creaks gently in its sleep. Aline passes the great wooden doors of the chapel, slightly ajar. She slips in. The space feels different at night. The pews hunch like monks deep in thought. Candles are gone, their holders empty, but the scent of melted wax lingers honey. Smoke. Something older. In the dimness, the altar cloth breathes in the wind. She doesn't kneel. She sits. The silence feels thick, like wool soaked in water. Not oppressive, just present. Aline breathes in through her nose and lets it out slowly, as she's seen Sister Madeline do. Her spine aches slightly from the cold floor. Her palms rest face up on her knees. She waits. At first, thoughts come, as they always do. They arrive in whispers, questions, images, some silly, like wondering whether birds sleep standing up, others sharp, like why her mother never visited since she was brought here. But she watches them like leaves floating on a stream. They pass. She doesn't chase. The wind lifts again. A sound echoes softly down from the chapel rafters, a soft creaking. It could be wood, or it could be the voice of the building itself, remembering something old. Then she hears it. A candle sputters to life. She hadn't lit one. But there it is at the far end of the altar, faint and trembling, a forgotten wick reigniting from the breath of the wind, or perhaps from something else. Its glow is faint but unmistakable. She stares at it, not because it's miraculous, but because it's so quiet. The flame holds, then shivers, then steadies. In that flicker, Aline feels something shift, not outside, but within. a recognition that suffering, like wind, comes and goes. That silence, like flame, needs no words to be real. A sudden image surfaces in her mind: the sparrow, wings caught, how it panicked when trapped, yet quieted when held with care. And then another image: the monk from Sister Marguerite's story, who carried a cry that never left his throat. Perhaps that silence was not a void, but a fullness that had no room left for noise. Her chest rises, falls, rises again, and then tears, not sobs, just quiet droplets, warm and slow, falling without fanfare, not from sadness, not even from joy, just from seeing, like a well that had always been full, suddenly touched. Behind her, soft footsteps. She turns slightly. It's Sister Madeline. The older nun does not scold her. She sits beside her without a word, her eyes on the candle. It's late, Madeline says after a long time. Aline nods. Can't sleep? Aline doesn't answer right away. Then, softly, I wanted to listen. Madeline smiles. Good. The wind still murmurs outside, but it feels gentler now. Less like a storm, more like a breath through trees. They sit together a while longer. Two bodies, two minds, listening together. After a time, the candle gutters. Not from the wind, but because it is finished. They rise. The next day, Aline returns to her tasks. Laundry, kitchen work, herb sorting. Nothing different on the surface, but something subtle has shifted. She listens differently now, not just with her ears, but with her whole body. When a younger girl drops a basket of apples, Aline helps without sighing. When Sister Therese coughs through her chant, Aline stays beside her after prayers, holding her hand. Silence, she realizes, is not the absence of sound. It's the space in which kindness can grow unnoticed. That evening, Mother Leonide finds her sweeping near the cellar door. Come, the abbess says, again. This time, they walk not to the library, but to the apothecary room. Inside, the air smells of dried sage and vinegar. Clay pots line the walls. A pestle rests beside a bowl of crushed bark. I'm too old to kneel beside beds, Leonide says. Too many bones have stiffened. I need someone with a quiet presence. Aline waits. You'll help Sister Madeline with the ill, and you'll do so quietly. Watch more than you speak. Let your listening be your offering. And with that, Aline begins a new rhythm. Some nights, she soothes aching joints. Other nights, she holds cooling hands as breath leaves. In between, she still visits the library, still sits in the chapel when sleep escapes her. And once, when Sister Marguerite reads a tale about a fisherman who stops rowing and lets the river carry him, Aline smiles, because she now knows the river does not speak, yet it teaches. And silence is never empty. Autumn ripens into winter, and with it, the monastery's breath grows slower. The frost deepens each morning, tracing silver veins across the stained glass windows of the chapel. The garden lies fallow beneath a crust of snow-dusted soil. Even the wind seems less restless now, curling up beneath the eaves instead of prowling. Aline has grown, not in height, though she's taller, but inwardly, like a river that has carved its banks a little deeper over time. She speaks little still, but her silences are not stiff anymore. They are warm, open, spacious, a kind of listening that others have begun to notice. One morning, after treating a novice's fever with thyme tea and willow bark, she steps out into the courtyard to air her sleeves. And there, beneath the bare linden tree, sits a stranger, not a traveler from the village, not a knight or a priest. This man wears no shoes. His robe is thin and patched, the color of earth after rain. He looks older than anyone Aline has seen, but there is something unburdened in his posture, as if his bones no longer carry weight, only stillness. He sees her, and he smiles. "May I sit here?" she asks. "You already have," he replies. Aline blinks, then smiles too, not sure why. They sit beneath the tree. Snow has dusted its roots. The stranger does not seem cold. "I've walked a long way," he says after a time. "Not toward anything, just away from clinging." His voice is like the wind passing through a hollow reed, low, soft, full of space. "Did you come to speak with the abbess?" Aline asks. He chuckles. "I came to hear what isn't spoken." That stops her. It sounds strange, but not untrue. "I used to be a man of study," he continues, brushing snow from his sleeve, scrolls, sermons, temples, titles. "But I couldn't find what I was looking for, until I sat very still under a banyan tree and realized the answer had never been missing. Only the one asking was too loud to hear it." Aline listens. The man continues, "Gently, I was told once, if you want to know what the wind says, become a leaf." Aline considers that. He glances at her, eyes steady. "Do you know the Four Noble Truths?" She nods. "Suffering exists. It has a cause. It can end. And there's a path." He smiles again. "And how do you know suffering?" She thinks. "When I want something to last, but it doesn't. Or when I want something to end, but it stays." He nods. Craving. Aversion. Two sides of the same root. She watches a snowflake fall onto her sleeve and melt before she can really see it. "I used to think silence was empty," she says. "Now I think it holds everything. He does not speak for a long while." "Then you've already met the Buddha. You just didn't use his name." She looks at him. "And where did he go?" He raises a finger and points not to the chapel, nor to the sky, but to the patch of snow between them. "Right here," he says, and she understands, not as an idea, but as a feeling, a clarity like sunlight on cold glass. Later, the abbess finds them talking still, and greets the man not with surprise, but with a nod, as if recognizing a cousin who lives far away, but often sends wind as letters. He stays at the convent for 3 days, sleeps in the hayloft, eats sparingly, spends hours walking in the garden even when the cold bites through his robe. On the second night, he shares a story with the sisters after Vespers. They gather around the hearth, listening not just with ears, but with their breath held slightly shallower, sensing something holy. He tells of a woman who chased the moon for years, believing it was an old lover reborn. She crossed mountains, deserts, rivers, never resting, always reaching for the reflection she saw in ponds and glass. One day, she slipped in a lake and drowned, and only then did she realize the moon had always been inside her ribcage, resting behind her breath. Most of the sisters don't understand it. Some chuckle quietly, but Aline watches the flame of the candle in his hand, how it glows without sound, how it throws shadows behind him that don't frighten her anymore. The next morning, he is gone. No goodbye, just a patch of melted snow near the gate. And, hanging from the linden tree, a simple string of wooden beads carved into tiny birds. No names, no inscription, just presents, left behind. Aline takes them. That day, during chores. A novice scolds her for scrubbing too slowly. "You're daydreaming again," the girl says, "always floating." Aline just smiles. "I'm not floating," she says. "I'm listening." The girl snorts, shakes her head, and walks off. But Aline hums a little tune under her breath, a song without words, one that matches the rhythm of the bucket sloshing against the stone. She does not need to be understood. She only needs to be. That night, in the chapel, the bell rope swings gently, though no one has touched it. Aline sits beneath it, palms open in her lap. Somewhere inside, she's begun to understand that speaking can be holy, but so can waiting. That some truths don't arrive with thunder, but with the hush that comes after. And in that hush, everything blooms. The days grow shorter. Snow piles quietly against the convent walls, softening corners, filling crevices. The world seems to breathe more slowly, as if even time must pause to rest. The sisters light more candles now, and the corridors glow amber long after prayers are finished. Aline no longer counts the days. She sweeps the same stones each morning, mixes the same salves, listens to the same wind, and yet none of it feels the same. Her movements have become deliberate, unhurried. Each moment is met like an old friend expected, welcomed, but never clutched. One afternoon, while tending Sister Therese, whose voice has never quite returned, Aline hears the old woman whisper, "You carry stillness like a lamp." It's said so softly, Aline isn't sure she was meant to hear it, but she does, and she carries it with her like a seed. That evening, after the sisters have retired, Aline climbs the narrow steps of the bell tower again, not to find a bird, not to light a candle, just to sit. The bell, large and unmoving, looms above her. Its surface is green with age. Dust gathers at its base, undisturbed. She doesn't touch it. She only settles into the curve of the floor and looks out the small open window where the stars have returned. Below, the abbey sleeps. Beyond, the forest holds its breath, branches crusted in ice. Aline closes her eyes. She thinks of her mother not as a memory now, but as one moment in a long chain of moments. She no longer clings to her absence. She no longer wonders why. Some questions melt like snow if you don't keep touching them. And she thinks of the bird, of the cry that never left the monk's throat, of the man under the linden tree, of silence, and how it was never emptiness, but fullness too wide to name. And finally, she thinks of the voice inside her, soft, steady, rarely speaking in words. And this time, she answers it, not with speech, but by letting go. She opens her hands, palms facing upward in the dark. No one sees, no one needs to. And still, in that invisible gesture, something shifts. Later, at morning prayers, she is called to read aloud for the first time. Her voice trembles slightly, but not from fear. More like a leaf moving in a breeze that no longer frightens it. She reads from the book of Psalms, her voice calm, clear, small. It drifts across the chapel like incense, not rising to impress, but sinking gently, word by word, into the waiting ears of the sisters around her. Afterward, no one speaks, not for a long time. Even Sister Marguerite, who is fond of filling silence with old stories, remains still. Aline lowers her gaze, not in shyness, but in reverence. And then, gently, she smiles. Because she knows this was not her voice. It was silence, wearing sound for a little while. And the silence, now that it is spoken, returns once more. At evening, snow begins to fall again. It coats the cloister garden, the linden branches, the eaves of the chapel. Inside, Aline brushes a candle's wick with her thumb. She does not light it. It's enough just to feel its potential. The bells ring out across the fields, 3 slow chimes, then stillness, then everything. She steps outside. The air bites her cheeks, and flakes settle into her hair. She stands beneath the linden tree. The beads still hang there, swaying softly. She touches them, then lets them be. Behind her, the choir hums a chant. Ahead, the forest waits. And somewhere between the two, in that space where the wind pauses, where the breath stills, where the heart no longer reaches or resists, Aline simply is. As you listen now, you may find yourself drifting, like snow settling on silent roofs. Let go of the words. Let go of the girl, of the abbey, of the sparrow. Let the silence remain, and let it hold you, gently, quietly, without needing anything at all. And now, let yourself drift deeper. Let your body soften into the quiet that has gathered here. There is no more to understand, nothing to solve, nothing to chase. Only the rhythm of your breath as it rises and falls, like the linden tree in winter wind. No effort, no resistance, just presence. You might still see the girl Aline walking barefoot through snow-covered cloisters, her robes trailing like a brushstroke behind her, or hear the soft crackle of candle wax cooling in its dish. You might remember the bell, the sparrow, the cry that was never spoken, yet somehow always heard. And perhaps now, you can feel the silence she discovered. Not a silence of loneliness, but of fullness. A silence that breathes with you, that wraps around your thoughts without clinging, that listens even when you have nothing left to say. Let it hold you. Let it remind you that peace was never something far away. It was always here, waiting, in the space between thoughts, in the quiet before speech, in the breath before sleep. You've walked through ancient stone halls tonight, sat with monks and candles and old sweet winds. You've heard teachings not from voices, but from snowflakes and wings and stillness. And now, there's nothing left to do. The night holds you, and the teachings, like soft footsteps on snow, do not need to remain in your mind. They will remain in your breath, in your presence, in your dreams. So rest. As the girl sleeps beneath the linden tree, so can you. Everything is as it should be, exactly as it has always been, exactly as it is now, exactly as it will be when you wake. Good night.